Debate coming up tomorrow evening with Ben, Frank, and myself. News time, 6:31. Our news block coming up in 60 seconds.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Taking Nugenix Total T makes a huge difference for me.
Nugenix? That's the testosterone booster with TV ads with Frank Thomas, right? Are they still giving out complimentary bottles?
Yes.
Text radio to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix.
When life spells heartburn, how do you spell relief? ROLAIDS.
What about when life spells spicy wings?
It's still ROLAIDS. Rolaids, powerful heartburn relief. Use as directed, keep out of reach of children.
Download the free Upside app to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Cash out anytime to your bank account, PayPal, or e-gift card. Download the free Upside app now and use promo code RADIO for an extra 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up. That's promo code RADIO.
If you're looking for affordable term life insurance but have type 2 diabetes, high blood pressure, or have other health issues, call Term Provider at 800-337-4168. 800-337-4168.
CBS News Brief. 3 cheers for Julian Assange as he stepped off a plane in his native Australia hours after a stop at court in Saipan, where the WikiLeaks founder pleaded guilty to 1 count of espionage in exchange for his freedom. Wall Street Journal reporter Evan Gershkovich appeared with his head shaved, locked in a padlocked glass cell at the first day of his trial on espionage charges in Russia. Former Moscow bureau chief Beth Noble.
Gershkovich is the first American journalist to be charged with spying since the Cold War ended and could face up to 20 years in prison if convicted.
President Biden is pardoning thousands of American veterans convicted of having gay sex, consensual, while they were serving in the military. It'll provide a path to regaining benefits and allow them to apply to have their discharges upgraded. CBS News Brief. I'm Deborah Rodriguez.
Lake News now.
I'm Bill Robbins, KRMS Radio News. Our top local stories. The Miller County Health Center has a new board member following the recent appointment of Richie Hess. First District County Commissioner Don Abbott says that Hess provides a good fit for the position.
He's actually a licensed installer, got a lot of experience in the environmental health side of this thing, and he's got a business and been around the businesses with inspections and, for food and so forth and so on. So got a lot to offer, I believe.
Hess assumes the unexpired term of William Washburn, who opted for retirement. The appointment will run through at least next year's April elections, at which time Hess will have to put his name on the ballot to serve any longer. Calling it years in the making, the Camden County Sheriff's Office officially opens the doors today for an open house to show off its new animal control facility.
The animal control facility has kind of been that albatross, if you will, that's been hanging over the shoulders of the last several sheriffs that have held office here in Camden County. And specifically, the employees here, the deputies, were very proud of the facility.
Sergeant Scott Hines says office personnel will be on hand to answer any questions about the new facility, followed by lunch and tours. The open house begins today at 1 o'clock. The facility is located at 7645 State Road A in the Montreal area. Absentee voting for the August 6th primary election is now officially underway in the Lake area and around the state. Those wanting to vote absentee by mail can go to their local county clerk's office to request a ballot, which must be received back by 5 p.m. on Wednesday, July 24th. Those wanting to vote absentee in person can do that in their county clerk's office through Monday, August 5th. Several local and statewide races and issues will appear on the ballots. For breaking news anytime, visit us on social media at KRMS Radio on X, formerly Twitter, and Facebook.com/KRMS News. That's your Lake News Now. I'm Bill Robbins.
The news is sponsored by Infinity Float Spa, located in Stonecrest Mall.
Feeling stressed, tired, or overwhelmed? Revive your spirit and reconnect with yourself. Visit Infinity Float Spa, where ancient wisdom meets modern wellness. Choose from holistic wellness services, yoga, float therapy, massage, Zumba, and Pilates. Whether you want to relax your muscles, energize your mood, or transform your lifestyle, we have something for you.
I'm Amber, the owner. Don't wait. Book your appointment now and discover the difference. Call us at 573-280-9527 or visit infinityfloatspa.com.
Seth Lugo was spectacular last night for the Royals against the visiting Miami Marlins. 6 shutout innings, 8 strikeouts, 2 hits, 2 walks. but the bullpen, namely Carlos Hernandez, can't keep a very small 1-0 lead. Marlins score 2 in the top of the 7th inning. They go on to beat the Royals by a score of 2-1. Kansas City with just 4 hits in the ball game. Vinny Pasquantino drove in the only run of the night. Royals continue their recent struggles, now 43-38 on the season, and they continue to watch Cleveland roll right along in the American League Central Division. They beat the Orioles 10-8 in a battle of a couple of the top teams in the American League. Cleveland with a big lead now over Kansas City. It's now to double digits, 10 games. Royals 3-7 in their last 10. Mizzou basketball may be zeroing in on a potential in-state recruit, Nicholas Randall, a native of St. Louis, currently attending school in Arizona, on campus at Mizzou this week. A basketball visit for the 4-star prospect. He's a 6'10" center. Could be a big get. From the KRMS Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Matthews.
This is Steve Bizziot. It's time to play ball. Unbelievable! They've done it! Let's go!
Royals baseball is sponsored by Red's Barbecue, Lake Billiard, Sardine, Lake Area HVAC, Jacobs Cave, Vicky Lloyd, Seal the Team, Team Marine Max, League of the Ozarks, Ozark Homes, Porter's Building Set, Poly Lift, Rough Water Dye, and MJ's Mini Mart. Hear every Royals game on 98.7 The Cove.
LOZ fans, get all the Lake of the Ozarks info in one place with the LOZ app. Discover top dining spots, live music events, and much more. Find new real estate listings and connect with local realtors to get your dream lake home. Support local charities and explore the Strip, a lake landmark. Keep up with your favorite radio stations. You know who they are. Enjoy activities like boat rentals, captain services, and lodging options. Use the interactive on-the-water map to navigate with ease. Download the LOZ app, available in the App Store.
I'm meteorologist Kara Foster with your News Talk KRMS weatherology forecast. Some showers and thunderstorms are likely early on today, otherwise sunny with our high nearing 87. Clear skies overnight with a lower run 67. Sunny and 88 throughout Thursday, then mostly cloudy and 71 throughout Thursday night, and rain Friday. The lake level is 659.5 feet. The current water temperature, sponsored by Captain Ron's Bar and Grill, home of the shootout, is 86 degrees, and the temperature at the studios is currently at 66 degrees.
You want me on that wall. You need me on that wall.
If you put a quality product and it, appeals to all audiences.
This is more information in 3 minutes than I've had from anybody on this ever.
And discover sights and sounds and wonders no living man has ever witnessed before.
The Ozarks This Morning with Guy Wayman. News Talk KRMS.
Well, we got some James Bond bringing us back, and boy, I'll tell you what, tomorrow night everyone's going to be watching it, and we're talking about the presidential debate. What is interesting is that this was contracted, and they're going to be producing this in the CNN studios in Atlanta, Georgia. But what is interesting about all of that is that they don't own the rights to this, and so they have to, by the contract, they are releasing the feed, and that feed is going to be available. So you're going to be able to see it on Fox, ABC, Newsmax. So all these other organizations will be airing the debate, even though it's going to be originating at CNN. Jake Tapper and Dana Bash, they're going to be the ones moderating the debate, but you're going to be able to see it. They don't own it. And so that's quite interesting. So if you want to kind of mess around with the ratings, because CNN's going to say, look how many people we got watching it. Well, they've been pushing it, but you can watch it on other networks and kind of mess around with that. Ben Frank and I, yesterday, we were talking about the debates that it was not happening yet because it's happening tomorrow at 7 o'clock Central Time. So that's the time right here. And this was our discussion yesterday. Well, we're going to talk about something that has not yet happened, but there are so many expectations about the event. We're talking about the presidential debate between Joe Biden and Donald Trump, and we tape this thing on a Tuesday. Sometimes we tape our show on a Wednesday, but and it just depends. But on this particular week, we're taping it on a Tuesday. Before we get to Frank here, Ben, just a quick 30 seconds on what we're going to talk about.
Well, we got a lot to talk about. The state of politics, obviously, is front and center, and the debate is going to be crucial. Very scary situation where you have two moderators who detest one person in the debate quite vehemently and have a history of lying and deranged conduct. And being demagogues and propaganda mouthpieces for the other person in the debate. So I don't know what to expect sitting here, but I think there'll be parts of it that won't be pretty at all.
Okay, Frank, must-see TV is what they're saying, and I think there's going to be a lot of eyeballs, not just here domestically in the United States, but around the world, because people want to see, okay, is Joe Biden going to be different than when he was over there when the Italian prime minister had to say, over this way, Mr. Biden, come over this way, and then everybody's had to lead him, or is he going to be all jazzed up like the State of the Union? We just don't know. Frank?
Well, it's a bizarre situation for Trump supporters. They perhaps should hope that Biden does well. Let me explain. Clearly, going into November, Biden is seen by most of the country as someone who is truly not competent to lead. And that's, of course, is a very good opinion. He's not. And as number two, Kamala Harris, if Joe Biden, as time inevitably will, removes him from the Oval Office if he has a second term, is even more unpopular than Joe Biden and perhaps equally incompetent. So if Joe Biden does terrible, the fact is the Democrats, who want one thing above everything else, and that's to win elections, will have to be replaced with a perhaps somewhat more competent candidate. Now, the Democrats are facing a situation where they have a very weak bench. Gavin Newsom has taken the richest, most beautiful, perhaps, state in the union and turned it into a hellhole. He is considered their likely candidate replacement for Joe Biden. He's not going to do very well at all. The best the Republicans can hope for is that Joe Biden does a competent job on Thursday, remains on the ticket, with all his weaknesses, with all the expectations that he will not last out the next term, and that his number two is equally incompetent. So Joe Biden, according to Trump supporters, good luck to you. And that's where we really are at this point. Ben's point concerning the situation where the two moderators are anti-Trump extremists is well taken. But I think that's going to backfire on the Democrats the same way that taking Trump to trial has backfired on the Democrats. If, in fact, Jake Tapper is seen, as we all expect him to be, a vehement anti-Trump person, not an objective interviewer, I think that aura that we've seen against Trump in the trials becomes even stronger. And people realize that the fix is in against Donald Trump, that the elite establishment wants him out, and will do anything, legally or illegally, to knock him out of the box. That's going to hurt the Democrats.
Ben, some of the guys here at the radio station, we were talking right before we went to air to tape this section, and the fact that, Trump's mic's going to be muted. Okay, and Trump, this is a disadvantage. I say contraire. I think this is going to backfire to the Democrats because now Trump's mic is muted. He can't interrupt, which means Joe Biden is on his own for 90 seconds to 2 minutes to talk. And without Trump coming in and back and forth, he's going to have to talk about something rather than blah, 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 whatever he mumbles. And that could actually, Ben, I see you smiling because you know what I'm thinking.
Well, everyone's going to tune in at least initially to see which Joe Biden shows up. And we've had the spectacle of the sitting president disappearing for an entire week in order to be I don't know what they do, what drugs they use or what they happen, but I'm reminded of the old stories about, I think it was Keith Richards of the Rolling Stones having to go get a full body blood transfusion in Switzerland so that the Rolling Stones could go on tour. And I have no clue if that's how much of that is even remotely true. But those were the types of stories that went around a lot 30 years ago. And you're reminded that here. You just wonder what in the name of heck is going on, where the president is just gone for an entire week in order to prep for a single debate. I think your point, Guy, is quite an accurate one, in that if they turn off Trump's mic, then our president has to perform on his own. He doesn't have anything to react to. If we all remember the debate in which Trump was trying to interrupt Biden about every 10 seconds, which I don't think was a very successful strategy for Donald Trump when he did that 4 years ago. So it's going to be fascinating. I guess they're going to enforce this no teleprompter clause to the debate, no notes. Who knows what we're going to find. The only concern I have is that the bar is so low for Joe Biden at this point. The expectations are so low. It's kind of like the State of the Union address, where if he can come in and be, semi-coherent for an hour, he'll be declared the big winner. And to Frank's point, though, I will say this. A lot of people talked about the Fox poll that came out last week that showed Joe Biden ahead by 2 points nationally. I think that was a bias sample bias towards blue states like California that created that. But I also think Fox was doing a big favor to the Republicans, because that's the type of thing that the Biden camp will point to push back against the internal pressure of the Democratic Party to step aside. And that's the thing they hang their hat on. They say, look, this major poll shows us ahead, so we're going to win, and don't worry. And the one thing, frankly, that we want, I believe, if you want to see Trump win, is Joe Biden being the candidate on that ticket for the Democratic Party.
That was Ben Brunson. He's the author of The Falstaff Enigma and Esther Sling, and Frank Vernuccio with the American Analysis of News and Media. Well, we're going to take a time out. We've got our Tech Mobility Minute on the other side, and we are still under a thunderstorm watch/warning. We're right there on the cusp of that. And so it looks like things are going to be clearing out in just maybe about an hour and a half or so. But we are under this warning until 9 a.m. We'll keep you posted on that right here on KRMS Radio. Let's see, our temperature is 68 degrees. Our news time is 6:49.
The Ozarks This Morning with Guy Wayman. News Talk KRMS.
Coast to coast. Be up close to the star as the Encore Lakeside Grill and Sky Bar summer concerts continue with Molly Hatchet. Wednesday, July 3rd on the Sky Bar. Get your tickets now at theEncoreGrill.com. Rain or shine. Email management at EncoreGrill.com to purchase tables. Molly Hatchet. Wednesday, July 3rd at the Encore Lakeside Grill and Sky Bar, Lake Ozark. Presented by KRMS Radio and TV, 93.5 Rocks, Classic Country 104.9, and 98.7 The Cove.
It's Bob's No Wake Zone Boating Radio Show, making radio waves. If you're not boating, you're thinking about it. Riding the waves until the sun goes down. Learn it all here, all the boats and gear, and tips he shares to stay safe out there. It's time for Captain Bob. It's Bob's No Wake Zone Boating Radio Show, making radio waves.
Saturday mornings at 10:06. You'd be pretty hard-pressed to find someone who doesn't rave about the food served at RJ's Family Restaurant. Repeat and new customers savor the menu items. From skillet creations, eggs Benedict, lunch specials, enough sides to make it hard to decide, and the menu goes on and on. Try RJ's for their great desserts. Open Tuesday through Sunday till 2 p.m. Located on Highway 54 West in Camdenton with plenty of convenient parking. RJ's Family Restaurant. Close to home, yet far from ordinary.
We start before your coffee hits the cup.
Behold, check it out.
I can't believe it.
Non-stop. Here we go.
News Talk KRMS.
Welcome back to the program, The Ozarks, this morning on News Talk KRMS. Well, today and every Wednesday, all the way up until December, it's the Museum Country Market and Bazaar. And it's going to be at the Camden County Museum. And just stop on over there. There's a meal available for a nominal charge, 206 South Locust Street in Lind Creek. For more information, you may visit their website, CamdenCountyMuseum.com. CamdenCountyMuseum.com. It's in beautiful Lind Creek. It's the Museum Country Market and Bazaar. Time now for our good friend Ken Chester with the Tech Mobility Minute.
It's time for a Tech Mobility Minute.
With climate change causing extreme weather more often than is more extreme, why hasn't the federal government considered extreme heat to be a disaster? The Federal Emergency Management Agency, better known as FEMA, responds to natural disasters like hurricanes and earthquakes, disasters with major and obvious damage to physical infrastructure. Historically, the agency has not responded to extreme heat. According to Jean Su, director of the Energy Justice Program at the Center for Biological Diversity, heat is the #1 killer of the climate emergency of any weather-related event. Her organization has joined a coalition of environmental nonprofits, labor unions, health professionals, and environmental justice groups, and asking the agency to change their approach. A recent petition was filed asking FEMA to add extreme heat and wildfire smoke to the list of disasters to which they respond. I'm Ken Chester.
This has been a Tech Mobility Minute.
The Tech Mobility Minute is sponsored by Lake Collision Repair. They're located on Bluff Drive in Osage Beach. Their phone number, 573-302-0229. They work with any insurance company, and remember, it's your choice where to have your vehicle repaired. You'll always receive a quality repair at a fair price. Those good folks at Lake Collision Repair, their website, lakecollisionrepair.com. Well, on this Wednesday morning, Wednesday, June the 26th, let's find out what's trending.
Multiple people could be charged in Matthew Perry's death. The actor died in October 2023 at the age of 54 from acute effects of ketamine. While an autopsy showed other contributing factors like drowning and coronary artery disease, the DEA wants to know where he got the ketamine that killed him. We should know soon. The investigation into Perry's death is wrapping up. The most famous player in this week's NBA draft might not be off the board by the end of the first round. LeBron James Jr., or Bronny, is said to be small for a guard and inexperienced since he barely scored in college. But his father, LeBron James, said he'd like to play with his son, so insiders are looking to see if a team drafts Bronny, hoping his dad will make it a twofer. Despite Justin Timberlake's tough week, it's been a tough week. His concerts aren't selling out and his album sales have been sluggish. Reports are saying that's why he sold his 127-acre property outside Nashville. While he got a cool $8 million for the place, he said bye to it for $2 million less than his original asking price. That's what's trending. I'm Cooper Lawrence.
This is Steve Bizioff. It's time to play ball. Unbelievable! They've done it! Let's go!
Royals baseball is sponsored by Red's Barbecue, Lake Billiards, Sardine, Lake Area HVAC, Jacobs Cave, Vicky Lloyd, Seal the Team Marine Max, League of the Ozarks, Ozark Homes, Porter's Building Set, Polylift, Rough Water Tie, and MJ's Mini Mart. Hear every Royals game on 98.7 The Cove.
Why do people love Mamacita's Mexican restaurant? Let's ask the staff and find out.
It's because we pamper them with excellent customer service.
No, it's because we have the best handmade margaritas, margarita towers, and piñas coladas at the lake.
No. We make everything fresh and delicious, and people like it.
My drinks are better.
No. My food is better.
My bartenders are the best.
No, I think my cooks is the best in here.
I think so. Our service and atmosphere is the best.
There are so many reasons that people love Mamacita's. Come check it out in the heart of Osage Beach across from Dearborn's.
LOZ fans, get all the Lake of the Ozarks info in one place with the LOZ app. Discover top dining spots, live music events, and much more. Find new real estate listings and connect with local realtors to get your dream lake home. Support local charities and explore the Strip, a lake landmark. Keep up with your favorite radio stations. You know who they are. Enjoy activities like boat rentals, captain services, and lodging options. Use the interactive on-the-water map to navigate with ease. Download the LOZ app, available in the App Store.
This is the Ozarks This Morning with Guy Wayman on News Talk KRMS.
Just a little over 4 minutes to go before you hit 7 o'clock. On the other side of our news block at 7 o'clock, Casey Cloak. She's going to be filling us in. She's the executive director of the Camdenton Chamber of Commerce. We'll find out what is on her mind and what's happening over at the Camdenton Chamber. And as we do on Tuesdays and Wednesdays, we have chamber reports from the Lake West Chamber, the Lake Area Chamber, and the Camdenton Chamber. By the way, in a couple of weeks, we'll be talking with those good folks from the Young Professionals at the Lake. And so that'll be a week after the July 4th holiday, and it'll be on July the 11th. And so everyone wants to know what's going on with those guys, and they're the new movers and shakers coming on up. So it's going to be quite fun to talk with them. Well, there's a company known as Bimbo Bakeries, but it's spelled Bimbo, but it's BIMBO Bakeries. Federal Food Safety Regulators, they've issued a warning on this top bakery. Here's Jennifer Kuiper.
I love Thomas's English muffins.
The Food and Drug Administration warns Bimbo Bakeries, the maker of Sara Lee and Entenmann's products, to stop using misleading labels saying products contain potentially dangerous allergens like sesame or tree nuts when they don't. FDA officials say in a warning letter that under its regulations, such products are misbranded and that food labels must be truthful and not misleading. They also say that allergen labeling is not a substitute for preventing cross-contamination in factories. The company says it's working with the FDA to resolve the issue.
Brownberry, baked the right way.
Jennifer Kuiper, CBS News.
And we're going to have more throughout the morning. It'll be interesting to see. By the way, there's a Ford recall on the F-150s from the year 2014. And so you need to take it to the shop. What they're saying is that they have a transmission problem that can suddenly downshift all the way to first gear, even if you're traveling down the highway. So that's an F-150 recall. Our top of the hour news block coming up in 2 minutes. The time is 6:58.
Happy campers get away with A-OK RVs. AOKRVs.com. RV sales, both new and used. Service parts and propane too. Family owned, no commission sales. The friendly people who really care. Go on and get away with A-OK RVs. AOKRVs.com. At the Lake of the Ozarks. AOKRVs.com.
Hi, this is Jeff Smith with Alpha Graphics and Alpha Custom Apparel. We're the Lake's full-service, one-stop printer that can handle all of your printing, custom apparel, and promotional product needs. From business cards to business shirts and bandanas to brochures, we can make you and your business stand out. Our in-house design team can put your imagination on paper, apparel, and or social media. State-of-the-art printing equipment gives you the highest quality finished products with a quick turnaround time. We have the best printing prices in town and can meet all of your printed needs, including rack cards, posters, and full-size banners. Our printed products are produced locally and support the Lake area. Alpha Graphics and Alpha Custom Apparel is locally owned and operated in Osage Beach at 1140 Industrial Drive. Stop by and see us or give us a call at 348-5900 for a free quote. For all your printing needs, Alpha Graphics and Alpha Custom Apparel are here to help you increase your reach.
Here's Mark Alford, U.S. Representative from Missouri's 4th District, speaking on the floor of Congress in favor of AM radio.
I love AM radio. You see, AM radio is an essential platform for listeners who rely on crucial updates on weather patterns, market shifts, agricultural news. It's also a vital platform for emergency information. Stations like KRMS, AM radio is there for a reason. It's there to operate in the public interest, and that's exactly what it does. And I want my AM radio.
At your service since 1951, News Talk, KRMS, Osage Beach, and KRMS FM HD3, Osage Beach.
is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez. Julian Assange arrived in his native Australia this morning, hours after pleading guilty to a U.S. charge of espionage for revealing top government secrets. Correspondent Remy Inocencio has our top story from Canberra.
This morning, his charter plane touched down on American soil in the far western Pacific, where a U.S. federal judge made him a free man.
How does it feel to be a free man, Mr. Assange?
And his lawyers spoke of closure, with Washington scrapping its extradition request.
Finally, after 14 years of legal battles, Julian Assange can go home a free man.
His attorney, Jennifer Robinson, the WikiLeaks founder, was sentenced to 5 years, already served. President Biden is pardoning thousands of LGBTQ plus service members convicted for having consensual gay sex. Pentagon correspondent Cammie McCormick.
The Biden administration believes the move will affect thousands of service members convicted over 6 decades. The president said in a statement he is righting an historic wrong. Same-sex relationships were decriminalized in 2014, but many veterans have still been struggling with their dishonorable discharge and criminal records.
Now to primary results. Lauren Boebert has won the Republican congressional race in Colorado after switching districts.
I'm happy to be alongside of you in this fight as your next Congresswoman.
In New York, the incumbent Democrat has lost the most expensive congressional race in U.S. history. Jamal Bowman, a vocal critic of Israel, lost to George Latimer, a strong supporter. A huge cleanup underway in the Midwest after days of severe flooding. CBS Minnesota's Jonah Kaplan is in Union County, South Dakota, where entire homes were sucked into the ground and roads submerged.
There was that 24-mile stretch of I-29 here in South Dakota that was closed for 2 days because of flooding, but it took a true team effort, round-the-clock work to not just clean everything and get the debris off, but literally scrape the mud off the road to get it open again, and now traffic is flowing.
Kenyans woke up to the harsh smell of tear gas lingering in the air a day after protesters stormed Parliament and burned part of a building over a plan to impose new taxes. Former President Obama's half-sister, Auma, was being interviewed live on CNN when she started choking.
I can't even see anymore. They're being tear gassed.
At least 6 people died. S&P futures down 2. They're celebrating the birth of an endangered tapir at the San Diego Zoo. The baby hasn't been named yet. She and her mom, Luna, are sharing a space with the capybaras. This is CBS News.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Lake News now.
I'm Bill Robbins, KRMS Radio News. Our top local stories. The Missouri State Highway Patrol and local authorities continue preparing for what will be once again another very busy July 4th holiday around the lake area. The patrol's Sergeant Kyle Green says it almost sounds like a broken record, urging drivers to practice safe behaviors when behind the wheel.
Each year we talk about doing the things that help reduce the number of traffic crashes in terms of people slowing down, increasing following distance, staying off their phones and things like that. But unfortunately, even last year, we still had 15 people that were killed in traffic crashes during that counting period.
Statewide, one person also drowned during last year's July 4th holiday, while 125 others were busted for drunk driving and 10 people for drunken boating. This year's official July 4th counting period begins at 6 o'clock next Wednesday night, July 3rd, and comes to an end 11:59 Sunday night, July 7th. Each year, state officials go through months of preparation toward having the budget ready for the following fiscal year. Senate correspondent Dean Morgan has more.
Senator Lincoln Huff of Springfield chairs the Missouri Senate Appropriations Committee. He says the budget process for him started in December.
And a whole host of infrastructure projects, transportation, water projects, things like that.
In a rare move this year, there were no Missouri Senate House Conference Committees on appropriations measures. Missouri Senate Minority Floor Leader John Rizzo of Independence says he worries the governor may have to call an extra session for a supplemental budget.
It's just a matter of if it'll be in September by veto session or maybe a little later in the fall. But if they're lucky enough to make it to January, it will have to be almost immediate when we come back in.
Missouri's next fiscal year will start on Monday, July 1st. In the meantime, the governor still has until July 14th to decide on remaining legislation from this year's regular legislative session, whether he signs or vetoes it. Reporting from the state Capitol, I'm Dean Morgan.
Our
event is happening in factory second boat lifts and PWC port. Have die lot issues or blemishes. Currently available is the Ultra Lift series with lifting capacities to 8,800 pounds and the Epic and Extreme PWC platforms, all while supplies last. Stop by their showroom located at 448 South Main, Lori, or call 573-346-7505. Hurry, as they are going fast.
Seth Lugo was spectacular last night for the Royals against the visiting Miami Marlins. 6 shutout innings, 8 strikeouts, 2 hits, 2 walks. But the bullpen, namely Carlos Hernandez, can't keep a very small 1-0 lead. Marlins scored 2 in the top of the 7th inning. They go on to beat the Royals by a score of 2-1. Kansas City with just 4 hits in the ball game. Vinny Pasquantino drove in the only run of the night. Royals continue their recent struggles, now 43-38 on the season, and they continue to watch Cleveland roll right along in the American League Central Division. They beat the Orioles 10-8 in a battle of a couple of the top teams in the American League. Cleveland with a big lead now over Kansas City. It's now to double digits, 10 games. Royals 3-7 in their last 10. Mizzou basketball may be zeroing in on a potential in-state recruit, Nicholas Randall, a native of St. Louis, currently attending school in Arizona, on campus at Mizzou this week. A basketball visit for the 4-star prospect. He's a 6'10" center. Could be a big get. From the KRMS Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Matthews.
This is Steve Bizzion. It's time to play ball.
They've done it.
Let's go.
Royals baseball is sponsored by Red's Barbecue, Lake Billiard, Sardine, Lake Area HVAC, Jacobs Cave, Vicky Lloyd, Seal the Team, Team Marine Max, League of the Ozarks, Ozark Homes, Porter's Building Set, Polylift, Rough Water Dye, and MJ's Midi Mart. Hear every Royals game on 98.7 The Cove.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-230-2777. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-230-2777. That's 800-230-2777 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-230-2777. 800-230-2777.
I'm meteorologist Kara Foster with your News Talk KRMS weatherology forecast. Some showers and thunderstorms are likely early on today, otherwise sunny with our high nearing 87. Clear skies overnight with a low around 67. Sunny and 88 throughout Thursday, then mostly cloudy and 71 throughout Thursday night, and rain Friday. The lake level is 659.5 feet. The current water temperature, sponsored by Captain Ron's Bar and Grill, home of the shootout, is 86 degrees, and the temperature at the studios is currently at 69 degrees.
Good morning, good morning. It's 9 minutes after the hour of 7 o'clock here at the beautiful Lake of the Ozarks. Well, we got a soggy one today. The frogs will be happy, the turtles will be happy because they have a little bit of water. But right now it's kind of dangerous out there. If you're driving, watch for hydroplaning. And we're under a severe thunderstorm watch until 9 o'clock this morning. We've got Casey Cloak literally standing by, and she's moments away. This hour of the Ozarks this morning sponsored by Mid-City Lumber. Whether you're remodeling the place you call home or in the business of building homes for others, you can depend on Mid-City Lumber for all of your building services and supplies. Mid-City Lumber, proud to be your project resource. Learn more at midcitylumber.com. SealOnceAtTheLake.com. All right, we got our pollen count this morning, sponsored by Woody Howell. SealOnceAtTheLake.com is the website. Their phone number, 573-207-0556. Wooden concrete, 25 to 30% stronger after Seal Once applications. Protects concretes from the effects of acids, salts, oils, and more. Tree, ragweed, and mold, they're all in the low category. Grass is in the moderate category. Dust and dander is in the extreme category. All right, Casey Cloak, she's online now. How you doing, Casey?
Hey, I'm doing good. How about yourself, Guy?
All right, and you set your alarm and you're here.
I am here. I have no kids distracting me. We are good to go.
Oh, my. Your extensive notes are really welcomed, and I appreciate them as well. No, I mean, but they're detailed. I mean, they're right down to, at 39 seconds past the hour, we're going to do this, so.
It keeps me on point because I can go down some rabbit holes sometimes if I don't have my notes in front of me. So you're all welcome is what I'll say.
All right. Well, let's go down the rabbit hole together. What's happening with the Camden Chamber?
So we have had an exciting month. I just first of all wanted to share that we had a great networking social earlier this month at the fishing company. So a big thank you to Dale Blue and his crew for taking such great care of us. And then we also just successfully managed the Race Across America time station last week, and we saw hundreds of participants, that's both the racers and their support teams, make their way through our lake region, traveling on East Highway 54. So we did also have several volunteers at the time station this year throughout the week to kind of help welcome those racers and showcase our Midwest hospitality. So I was really, really thankful to all of the volunteers that were there to welcome those faces, many of whom have never been to the United States, and of course, several, had never even been through Missouri or let alone Lake of the Ozarks. So it was a great opportunity to highlight our beautiful community and invite them to come back with their families. So glad that's over, but it was a huge success.
Yeah,
so moving on, later this month, we do have a joint chamber ribbon cutting ceremony that's going to be happening on Friday, June 28th at 12 p.m. The Camden area, Lake Area, and Lake West Chambers of Commerce are going to be celebrating together and celebrating the magic and comedy of Taylor Reed, which is a new performance coming to the Lake of the Ozarks. He's going to be showcased in the beloved Main Street Music Hall, and Taylor has been featured on America's Got Talent, the CW, NBC, ABC, and so many more, and has been recognized as one of the world's greatest magicians by the Branson Show Awards, and voted Best Grand Magic from the voted Best Grand Magic from the Merlin Awards. So we really hope that we have a great audience, a great crowd that will join us on June 28th to help us welcome Taylor and his friends, celebrate this new attraction with the ribbon cutting celebration. And then that evening is when they will be kicking off their show for the season. And we're really excited. Not only are they bringing the comedy and magician show for our in-season, they're going to stick around for the holidays, too. So we will once again have a holiday show at Lake of the Ozarks. So super excited about that.
Absolutely.
So, then other activities to make note of that I wanted to make sure I shared this morning. It is an air show year. I know many are aware that it happens every other year, so it's always on the even year in September. So this is a Lake of the Ozarks air show year. It is going to be taking place on Saturday, September 7th at the Camden Memorial Lake Regional Airport. And this event brings close to 10,000 people on site to watch this incredible show, as well as visit with vendors and sponsors. So this is the perfect opportunity for your business to get in front of the community to maybe highlight your products and services while also giving back. So looking to get involved in the air show, you can visit lakeairshow.com, learn more about the event, as well as see the variety of sponsorships that we offer to get you in front of that crowd. So, and then another event I really want to showcase, the Camden Chamber is proud to host, and it's been so far successful. It's a brand new program, but it's called Coming to Camdenton. And this is a quarterly meeting where we invite our local businesses to attend and hear updates provided by community leaders on specific projects that are going to be impacting the Camden area business community. Our next event is scheduled for September 12th from 3:30 to 5 p.m. at Laclede Electric, the Camdenton office. Until then, we are recruiting feedback. We're value the community feedback and helping to bring awareness on issues that matter to our local businesses. So we're currently recruiting questions and or topic suggestions to be covered at the September 12th meeting. So you can visit our website at CamdentonChamber.com to learn more about the Coming to Camdenton event, as well as to submit your feedback. And we do have it to where it is set up as anonymous, so feel free to ask whatever it is that's on your mind, or maybe a specific topic that you feel would be relevant to the Camden area business community. We certainly welcome that. Our last event, we had our state representative, our presiding commissioner, the superintendent of the school district, representative from the city of Camdenton, and then a representative from MoDOT, because obviously the 54 expansion is a hot topic right now. As if you make your way through West 54, you'll notice that there's pink and orange and green lines and flags all over the place, because they are really starting to get. They're working on that expansion way, and so we like to bring those stakeholders that can bring that relevant information to us, because we take a lot of calls at the chamber of like, hey, I see they're moving dirt. What's going here? So here's your opportunity to learn more about what's coming to Camdenton.
In past years, you had something on September the 11th. Do you have anything like that again this year, or is this one of the off years?
The walk run for the fallen is what you're referring to. And actually, that particular event was a national campaign that has since phased itself out. But we are looking at bringing something potentially on the opposite air show years for that same weekend. And so, because the day it would traditionally fall would be the Sunday, which would be September 8th. Unfortunately, we have to reserve that date as our rain date in case the air show does have to be moved, and we aren't able to do both events in one day. So we've decided to make that a non-air show year event, and looking for the right partners to maybe take that opportunity and grow it.
Yeah, and I'm sure I'm not the only one who thought that, because you went from September 7th to the 12th, and you did not mention that. So it's like people are thinking, wasn't there something there?
Yep, you're right. Hey, I love that you're aware of our events. That's awesome.
Well, we keep tabs on it right here at KRMS, that's for sure.
That's right. Well, anything else? I really appreciate you allowing me to come on every 2 weeks. And, we've got an open door at the chamber. So if anybody's got a question, maybe needs to learn more about what they can do. Sorry, I've got a 5-year-old taking over my interview. Hold on just a second, bud. We're happy to help. And, give us a call, 573-346-2227.
And the website is CamdentonChamber.com.
Yes. CamdentonChamber.com, or find us on Facebook. We've got all our activities happening on our Facebook page, too.
Excellent. Thanks so much, Casey.
Thanks, Guy. You take care.
You bet. And that's Casey Cloak, the Executive Director of the Camdenton Chamber of Commerce. Coming up around the bend, we've got the American Minute with Bill Federer, Melinda Myers with Melinda's Garden Moment, Peter Greenberg with Eye on Travel, Jim Daly with Focus on the Family. We have Point of Law, and then our own Captain Bob May with our weekly lake report, another live hit with Weatherology. We'll find out what's trending this hour, and then it's up to you at 7:57. We've got a big show for you right in this hour alone, right here on the Ozarks This Morning, broadcasting live from the Radio Television Center right here in mid-Missouri. 18 and a half minutes past the hour of 7 o'clock. We've got 68 degrees.
Hear what people are talking about on the Ozarks This Morning with Guy Wayman.
The Osage Nation would like for you to be our guest to Wajaje and Osage Ballet. Join us on July 12th and 13th at 7:30 p.m. at School of the Osage, Cummings Auditorium in Osage Beach, Missouri. Reserve your seats now at info@osageballet.com or call 918-947-5063. This is a free performance, but donations can be made to Wonderland Camp by texting Osage Ballet to 41444. Don't miss this extraordinary event.
At Private Healthcare, we provide the peace of mind you deserve. With private healthcare, you'll get the coverage you want and healthcare you need. If your employer doesn't supply healthcare coverage and you don't qualify for Medicare or Medicaid, you need to give us a call right now. If you're looking for health coverage at the best price and your annual household income is $35,000 or more, give us a call at 800-626-4910. That's 800-626-4910.
Mortgage rates have dropped 25%, the lowest mortgage rates in years. So maybe you should drop everything and call Zoom Refi. Refinance your home now and slash your mortgage payments. Take cash out and save maybe hundreds of dollars every month. Zoom Refi mortgage rates are super low. Zoom Refi closing costs are super low. And Zoom, we approve you right over the phone. Call Zoom Zoom Refi today. 888-913-1825. 888-913-1825.
History was made on today's date. Stay tuned for an American Minute with Bill Federer.
The United Nations Charter was signed this day, June 26, 1945, in San Francisco by the 51 original member nations. Herbert Hoover, America's 31st president, stated in a radio address, "I suggest the United Nations be reorganized with those peoples who disavow communism, stand for morals and religion, and who love freedom. What the world needs today is a mobilization of the nations who believe in God against this tide of red agnosticism. It is a proposal for the spiritual cooperation of God-fearing nations rejecting an atheistic other world."
This has been an American Minute with Bill Federer. For a free transcript, call American Minute at 1-888-USA-WORD.
Dock safety is your responsibility. Electrical problems in or near the house and lines feeding the dock can be hazardous. To make sure your dock is in safe working condition, inspect your dock's wiring frequently. Test your power circuits. Install GFCI outlets and circuit breakers. Ensure your dock is properly bonded and grounded at the power source. If you have questions, contact a qualified electrician or your local fire district to make sure you're doing everything possible to keep your family and friends safe at the lake. Learn more at AmerinMissouri.com/lake.
For years, scientists have toiled to make the perfect pizza. That's why other pies contain so many additives, fillers, and dough conditioners. Forget about it. Pizza making is an art. Papo's recipes were created in his own kitchen, not a science lab. With crushed tomatoes, freshly shredded real dairy cheese, and a hard-baked crust. Whether you dine in, get delivery, or carry out, Papo's quality never varies because Papo is always watching. To order, go to papospizzeria.com.
Keep the fresh produce coming throughout fall with some midsummer plantings. Look for vacant spaces left in the vegetable garden after harvesting lettuce, spinach, and other early maturing crops. Increase the health and productivity of your second planting by preparing the soil before planting seeds and transplants. Hi, I'm Melinda Myers, horticulturist and gardening expert. Mix an inch of quality compost into the top 6 inches of soil. You'll improve drainage in heavy soil, increase water retention in fast-draining sandy soils, and add micronutrients that feed the soil-building microorganisms. Add a low-nitrogen, slow-release fertilizer at the same time. Once your seeds and transplants are in the ground, be sure to water properly. Keep the seedbed and roots of the transplants moist for the first few weeks. Gradually reduce watering frequency as seedlings sprout and grow and transplants become established. Check out our website for this and other gardening tips.
Melinda's Garden Moment is proudly sponsored by the Motor Hut in Camdenton, where your lawn dreams, they come to life. Now through June the 30th, the Motor Hut is rolling out incredible deals on your next Gravely mower with discounts soaring up to $500 off. That's right, $500 off. And then June the 30th is really coming soon, but you still have ample time to seize these fantastic offers on the best cutting and toughest built zero turns around the Lake of the Ozarks. Don't let this opportunity slip by. Visit the Motor Hut at 13 Chestnut Avenue in Camdenton. TheMotorHut.com is their web address. Putt to the Motor Hut and let your lawn shine brighter than ever before. For more information, give them a call, 573-346-6110. 23 and a half minutes past the hour of 7.
No pressure, low prices.
Hi, this is Jason at Hewlett Chevrolet Buick GMC in Camdenton. I invite you to check out the incredible deals at my dealership, like the all-new Chevy Trax SUV starting at $21,500, or the Chevy Trailblazer SUV starting at $24,500. Incredible SUVs at incredible prices. Hewlett's always has a great selection of new Chevrolets, and you can see them 24/7 at shophewlett.com. Hewlett Chevrolet Buick GMC in Camdenton.
No pressure, low prices. That's the way we do it. Shop Hewlett.
ShopHewlett.com.
I'm Peter Greenberg, and this is today's Ion Travel Minute. Do you need to renew your passport or apply for a new one? Last summer, the waiting time was months. This year, if you just need to renew your passport, the State Department says you can do so online. Does it mean it'll be faster? Not exactly. The government is still testing the system and limiting the number of online submissions every day. And that means a 6 to 8 week processing time. So much for the speed of online renewals. My advice, for the moment, you should apply for or renew your passport the old-fashioned way. But do it soon. For more information, visit petergreenberg.com. I'm Peter Greenberg, and this is today's Ion Travel Minute.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance, making it easy to save money. When you bundle your auto policy with home, condo, or renters, you'll earn a multi-policy discount. Easy to bundle, easy to save. Visit Progressive.com.
Happy campers get away with A-OK RVs. AOKRVs.com. RV sales, both new and used. Service parts and propane too. Family owned, no commission sales. The friendly people who really care. Go on and get away with A-OK RVs. AOKRVs.com. At the Lake of the Ozarks. AOKRVs.com.
Work is hard. You need a partner who makes it easier. At Mid-City Lumber, we know construction, and we know what it takes to get the job done right. Like quality products from Quaker Window and Doors. For durability, innovation, and selection, the right solution is Quaker. At Mid-City Lumber, we've been making construction easier for more than 50 years. And we're here to make it easier for you.
Mid-City Lumber. Start to finish, we're your project resource.
Portions of our programming are pre-recorded.
Focus on the Family is sponsored by the Bridal Cave. And you know, on a rainy day like today, where's a better place to go than the Bridal Cave? It's always a constant 60 degrees inside the cave, and you can enjoy the beautiful aesthetics of what happens inside of Bridal Cave. So take a visit on over there to Bridal Cave, and you can find out more at bridalcave.com. They have guided tours daily. It's the Lake of the Ozarks' #1 family attraction. A proud sponsor of Focus on the Family with Jim Daly.
Ladies, if you need a girlfriend to talk to or spend time with, don't turn to your husband. That may sound like strange advice, but a lot of women try to get their husbands to step into a role that ought to be reserved only for female friends. And the trouble is, finding time to spend with a girlfriend can be tough when life gets busy. You may have a lot on your plate, children, a job, and other responsibilities at home or in your community. You may be squeezed for time, and at the end of a long week, spending time with a girlfriend can seem like, well, just one more thing to do. As a result, some women choose to stay home and expect their husband to fill the void. Now, your husband can be a good friend, don't get me wrong, but he won't make a very good girlfriend. It's just reality. Men aren't able to fill that role for their wives. We're guys, and we understand the world from a male point of view. Only another woman can understand what it's like to be a woman, a wife, a mom, and only she can bring those experiences into a relationship. A man can't fully appreciate the female world or relate to his wife on that level. It can be tough, but try to find creative ways to make time for your female friends. Don't try to change your husband into your best girlfriend. No matter how hard he tries, he'll never be able to relate to you in that important role. You need to be close to him for sure, but keep a healthy connection to some female friends as well. For Focus on the Family, I'm Jim Daly.
The words you are about to hear are taken from letters sent in by members of the Trinity Debt Management Program.
Dear Trinity, today I'm making my final credit card payment.
Before I came to you, I was in a constant state of anxiety and panic, but now there is hope for my family's financial future.
Working with Trinity made me understand that I'm not alone.
You really do help people.
Your kindness will never be forgotten.
Without Trinity's support, I would not have achieved my lifelong goal of becoming debt-free.
We saved a lot on interest and penalties, of course, but the reward was the gift of human kindness.
Trinity has carried me through a very difficult time in my life. You're amazing.
I used to feel so anxious and hopeless. Now I feel grace and peace.
God bless Trinity as you continue to help others become debt-free.
If credit card debt has you down, call Trinity at 1-800-990-6976. That's 1-800-990-6976.
Want to listen to News Talk KRMS, but you're out of our signal area? Not a problem. If you have a smartphone, Alexa, Google Play, or computer, you have a radio. Just download the KRMS app for your phone. Enable the skill on your smart speaker, or just go to krmsradio.com on your computer. Live internet streaming is sponsored by Anna Marie Hopkins with Smarter Move Real Estate Group, powered by Ozark Realty. Visit asmartermove.com. Listen to your favorite local programs now anywhere in the world. We're at your service. News Talk KRMS.
CBS News Brief.
Three cheers for Julian Assange as he stepped off a plane in his native Australia hours after a stop at court in Saipan, where the WikiLeaks founder pleaded guilty to...
Whether it's cold or flu season, you're dealing with allergies or your typical mold, mildew, or odor issues. More than ever, all of us need a clean indoor environment. After all, more than 80% of us spend the majority of our time indoors. We're here to discuss an advanced technology that helps to clean your indoor air and the surfaces of your home and vehicle on a regular basis. Today, we're joined by research scientist and inventor Weston Warren of Weston Scientific to talk about his technology. Ionizers seem to be everywhere. What's your different about your product?
Right. Well, these aren't typical ionizers. These are very advanced. What it is, it's a bipolar ionization technology. So it's producing both positive and negative ions simultaneously. And this ion cluster, being bipolar, is in an active charged state. And that is the secret of the technology, because these bipolar ions are able to effectively kill, neutralize, whatever term you want to use, viruses, bacteria, mold, mildew, odors, any type of indoor contaminant that you have in your home, work, school, automobile, whatever it might be.
You know, I take a look at the products that you have here. I am amazed at this one. This is very light. What application would you use this?
Well, the Carry Ion you have there is the first of its kind. This is portable, lightweight. You can see it's the size of a soda can, fits in a cup holder. You're allowed to travel with this, TSA on the airlines. So it's really a personal air purifier you can carry anywhere with you. It has an option of a carry bag and a battery, and it gives you a 20-foot circle of protection. So if anyone coughs or sneezes while you're on the flight, you're eating, you're at church or a high school, college student in class or in their dorm, this cleans the air and surfaces in real time, 24 hours a day.
I love the fact that you can take it with you on travel, because I would think that hotel rooms are a place where most of the germs go.
Exactly. You got that right. Odors, germs. So you can plug this in and have it run 24 hours a day. It's very quiet, doesn't interrupt any conversations or studying or watching television. So it's very effective wherever you go. And these other technologies, they all work the same. It's just a matter of their size and configuration and the intent of the design.
Talk about this one.
Well, this is the big brother of the Carry Ion. We call this the 1500. It's 8-inch by 8-inch cube, 4 pounds. Comes with a remote control. So this will do typically your 2-3-bedroom house, 1 story. And then the HVAC probe is designed to fit into your supply side of your duct. So when the fan kicks on, the bipolar ion clusters are distributed throughout your entire house through the registers.
This looks very complicated.
Well, it is in a way. The technology is the most advanced air and surface purifier. That's the key. The reason why it's a surface purifier, these aren't passive technologies that you'll see on the internet where the air has to come through the machine to be cleansed. These are active devices. So when they create the ion clusters and they're propelled into your environment, they reach ceiling, floor, anywhere ambient air can reach. These scrubbing bubbles, these ion clusters, go to the contaminant. So they'll go to a dirty surface or in the air, wherever bacteria, virus, mold, mildew, odor, and they attack it on the spot. But the ion clusters are extremely safe.
Why, Weston? Why did you create this technology?
Well, we spend, as you mentioned earlier, all of us, because of society, 80% of our time indoors. Indoor air contaminants is hundreds of times more toxic or pollutant than outdoor air. So this is bringing natural technology, same process that happens in a thunderstorm. That's how the earth cleanses itself. We're creating a thunderstorm indoors, and the ion clusters break down into water vapor and CO2. Completely safe for humans, plants, and animals.
So you see a lot of time the heavy-duty ionizers, you have to leave your home. You need to take your pets out. Not with this product.
Correct. This can be used 24 hours a day in close proximity. You never need to turn them off. They produce nothing toxic or harmful, but the benefits are overwhelming. We get customers writing in all the time. Their testimonies, how well they sleep at night. It's really reduced their allergic reaction to allergy season. Family members that are not getting the typical cold and flus and bringing it home and getting the whole family sick. Pets benefit from this, just like humans. It's amazing the testimonies we get. People are so pleased with this technology.
I mean, it does wonders for your health, but the fact that it just makes your house smell a little better, that itself is worth the product.
Right, and these aren't just perfume. They're not masking. They're actually killing the bacteria that causes the odors. So this is the right way to have that clean, fresh smell. And these products are user-friendly, very low maintenance, and very cost-effective.
Where do they find them at, Weston?
Well, we have a website, westonscientificllc.com. So if you go to westonscientificllc.com, you'll see the website. And if you click on the page called Shop, S-H-O-P, you'll see all these products with their pricing. And you click on that picture and you'll get a description of the square footage, what it covers.
How quickly will they receive the product?
Real quick. This is all made in the United States, in the Midwest.
Excellent.
Believe it or not, we have factories right here in the Midwest. There's a USA. So you get the products they're shipped within 3 days.
That's Weston Warren discussing his bipolar ionization technology from westonscientificllc.com. Thanks for watching.
Article said, be sure to go to a medical doctor rather than an osteopath, because medical doctors have superior education and postgraduate training. Dr. McKinley was outraged and telephoned the utility company. His call was routed to Dan Juergens, the company's public relations vice president. This is a very damaging article and untrue. Now, I personally have had longer training than the average physician, and I teach classes in lower back pain at a medical school. Dr. McKinley, now how many patients have you lost as a result of this article? Asked Juergens. I don't know. It's impossible to say. The patients sometimes don't come back, and you never know why. But there are 20,000 osteopaths in the United States, and some of them may have been hurt. Now, I think you should print a retraction. You haven't shown me any proof that anyone was hurt by this article. Now, there won't be a retraction. Dr. McKinley went to see his lawyer, who told him that as an individual, he hadn't been hurt, so he had no case. But he might if he filed a suit on behalf of all osteopathic doctors. And Dr. McKinley agreed. In court, Dr. McKinley's attorney said, this statement that people should go to medical instead of osteopathic physicians was a libel on an entire profession of honorable, sincere, hard-working men and women. You cannot conclude that one professional is less skilled than another, who has a slightly different educational background. The company's attorney argued, this case should be thrown out. Now, there's no chance that those who read the article would think it referred to any one person. Dr. McKinley hasn't shown that a single patient lost faith in him because of it, nor can any other osteopath. What did the court do for the disapproving doctor? We'll find out in a moment.
The Law Office of Christopher Rohrer reminds us why we celebrate Independence Day. It's the day that gave us freedom of thought, actions, faith, and speech. The wish of the Law Office of Christopher Rohrer is that your Independence Day is monumental and filled with family, friends, and fireworks. Call the Law Office of Christopher Rohrer at 573-348-3313 for a free consultation to discuss your legal issues. Happy birthday, America.
If you belong to a group that is defamed, do you have grounds to sue? Not in this case, ruled an Oklahoma appeals court. The article referred to a large group, 20,000 persons, and it is not likely a reader would think it meant any particular person. It might be liable if a very small group were the target, for then readers might refer it to individual members. But that is not the situation here. Case dismissed. It's a point of law.
Summer. 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 Summer.
Hello, summertime.
It's summer. I got my hat on backwards and it's time to party.
Summertime kicks. News, weather, sports, entertainment. The Ozarks This Morning, starting at 6 with Guy Wayman. News Talk KRMS.
Get away to where the boat leaves from. It takes away all of your big problems. You got worries, you can drop them in the blue ocean. But you gotta get away to where the boat leaves from.
We got a little Zach Brown band there, and it's time for the weekly lake report with our good friend, Captain Bob May. How you doing, Captain?
Hey, welcome back to the chair. Good to have you there.
He's down there at Outriggers and Earl's Hideaway and Mulligan's.
Oh,
and,
yeah.
Had
Great.
dinner a couple times over at Squid Lips, and I'm talking down in Sebastian, Florida. Beautiful, right there on the Intercoastal Waterway. It just...
Nice.
As they say, this is the lake, but there's nothing better than that down there. I mean, you're just looking at the Intercoastal, and it's wider. The Intercoastal there is wider in that area from shore to the barrier island, which is the big deal over there, than it is here at the lake.
More than a mile wide.
Yeah, because you can just see across, and
Wow.
and you sit there at Earl's, and I watched a rocket go from NASA.
Oh, is that right?
And so,
Yeah.
what's going on?
Well, it's good to have you back, and sure, thank you for getting me on this morning. We had a great time last Friday.
It was on the log.
It was what?
It was on my log.
Oh, it's on your log. Okay, good.
On my log.
On your log. All right. Well, log out, will you?
Yeah, that's right.
The Support the Troops poker run was last Friday. Had a record 81 boats that participated. Thank you, captains, for volunteering
Absolutely.
to come out and do this event. It's really a 17th year for this event, and it started really relatively small with 3 or 4 people, and one of those peoples is Ed Champion, and we're going to be talking with Ed, and I'll share his interview with you on the program Saturday, but he talks about the beginnings of this thing and how it sort of got started and how they decided, where the money was going to be dedicated to, and it's certainly a nonprofit organization, Heroes Care. They raised over $22,000.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's great.
So thank you all for participating in it, and I know we're going to be hearing some stories from some of the military personnel that got to ride in those boats for that beautiful day out on Lake of the Ozarks, and it was a beautiful day. We had some cloud cover last Friday, so it wasn't quite as hot. It was hot and humid, but everything went pretty well.
Even driving across like Grand Glaze and Niagara and these other bridges around, you can just see, even on a Monday and a Tuesday, the boats are out there, the jet skis are out there, and it's not like the 1,000 or so that's on a weekend, but wow, they're out. It's good to see you out there.
I'm seeing more families
Yes.
around the lake, and that's obviously, vacations in between school year and that kind of stuff, and when Dad can get time off and that kind of stuff. So, yeah, it's good to have...
And that's a tribute to the Lake of the Ozarks, that it's family-friendly.
Absolutely. And our CVB board and funlake.com really, drive that business in here. So that's really good. Coming up next week, it is the 4th of July on Thursday, a week from tomorrow. And that also marks the beginning of what's called Operation Dry Water. And this is something that's been going on for 10 or 12 years now, and it's a nationwide effort to, it's heightened awareness and enforcement for a 3-day weekend to enforce the laws about drinking and boating. And the law enforcement officers, there'll be more of them out on the lake those 3 days, the 4th, 5th, and 6th next weekend. And they'll be out there, looking for drunk drivers and pulling them off the lake. So don't be surprised if you get stopped and, ask some questions. Where's all your life jackets? If they see you impaired and operating erratically and, that kind of thing, a lot of people standing up in the boat as you're going down the lake, that's a reason for them to stop you.
Or it could be just a simple sobriety check type of thing.
Or it could be that. Yes, it could be. And it kind of depends on what state you live in, but it's a nationwide effort. And Taylor Kersey is she's the National Association of State Boating Law Administrators. She's my contact there, and we've been talking with her for years about this event, and we'll have some more information on the Saturday morning show for you. Also, we're going to be talking about something that we haven't really talked about much for a few years because there haven't been any incidents, but what you can't see can kill you, and that is carbon monoxide. CO, which comes out of gas motors and diesels too, some, but mostly gas motors, generators that, when you're anchored out and you got the generator running, keeping the refrigerator cold, keeping the air conditioning on down your cabin, whatever it might be, those exhaust fumes can be deadly. And it really doesn't take long for somebody to be consumed by that and end up dead. So we're going to be talking with Captain Ted Sensenbrenner from the Boat U.S. Foundation Saturday morning. He's going to fill us in on some things that have been done to decrease the numbers of CO deaths. And, there's some interesting information about CO. Symptoms are very interesting, like headache, dizziness, weakness. If you're on your boat and you're out in the sun, you might be feeling, it's just the sun that's getting me. But it might end up being chest pains, confusion, nausea. It could be vomiting, all of those things. But it could be misconstrued as, well, we've been drinking too much and it's too hot, but that might not be the case. So
could
it might be CO
poisoning.
Right. So we're going to talk some more about that. It's a good topic to take over. I know from personal experience, when we bought our last boat back in 2006, we had it surveyed, and the surveyor came back and said there's a recall on a exhaust junction on our generator set. And he said there's a crack, and so that would be releasing carbon monoxide into the boat.
Yeah.
Well, if he hadn't have found that, because we used to do a lot of overnight outs, in coves and things, and cove out, and we would have that generator running to keep the air conditioner going, and we might not be here talking to you. So it's a very good thing. The previous owners did not know that there was a recall. I'm not sure how they missed it, but somewhere along the line, the recall notice did not get sent to them or to their mechanic, that kind of thing. So it got overlooked.
Now, this is something that the Water Safety Council published earlier in the year. LOZWaterSafetyCouncil.com is the website. And what are we talking about here, Bob?
It's just a really handy little book. It's called Let's Go Boating. And it's a collaboration, I guess you could say, with the Water Safety Council here at the lake and the Captain's Association. We had input also from the U.S. Coast Guard and from the Water Patrol here at the lake. So it's a really nice little condensed book. They're distributed all over the lake area.
It's a beautiful 4-color.
Yeah, it's a nice little booklet, and it's easy to read. There's a map on the inside of the lake, so it's got the mile markers on there and some of the high points, if you will, on the lake area. But just some good basic information that you would want to know, whether you're a boater for a long time or whether you're new to boating. It's a good little piece.
You stop at those roadside exits on the turnpikes and stuff, and they have those buttons that says "You are here," and so you open this up and it says "You are here," but you still don't know where you're at.
Yeah, I'm in a cove.
The lake is so extensive.
I'm in a cove, and there's a White House right over there. Okay, I see that. Yeah, okay.
Yeah. But it is interesting the extent of the lake from Gravois Mills all the way up down to HH and Lake. It just extends and extends. And when they put up these 2 dams, what they created here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're very thankful for the Truman Dam up at Warsaw that keeps our lake pretty well steady all year round. So that's that. A couple other quick things before we get to Kara Foster and the weather. There's a new survey out. There's some new basic information, not really a survey, it's just some very positive information about from 2023. The National Marine Manufacturers Association says outboard engine sales have really increased dramatically. In fact, the larger of those, the 300 horsepower or so, have had about an 18% increase in sales. And we see that on the lake. We see a lot more of the center consoles with the larger outboards. We see now even lots of Tritunes that have 1 or 2 300 horsepower or greater motors on them. The other thing coming up is what's called the Three Rivers Run. In fact, I'm going to be meeting up with Kim and Ben down at the Tri-County YMCA a little bit later to talk about the Three Rivers Run event. It's an annual fundraising event, and it's running PWCs from Jefferson City all the way to the Arch in St. Louis. It's quite a deal. It's a 150-mile run. So we're going to get all the details on that for you and give you the information on how to get signed up.
All right, Kara Foster in 60.
This is Steve Bizzion. It's time to play ball. Unbelievable! They've done it! Let's go!
Royals baseball is sponsored by Red's Barbecue, Lake Billiards, Sardine, Lake Area HVAC, Jacobs Cave, Vicki Lloyd, Seal the Team Marine Max, League of the Ozarks, Ozark Homes, Porter's Building Set, Poly Lift, Rough Water Dock, and MJ's Mini Mart. Hear every Royals game on 98.7 The Cove.
For years, scientists have toiled to make the perfect pizza. That's why other pies contain so many additives, fillers, and dough conditioners. Forget about it. Pizza making is an art. Papo's recipes were created in his own kitchen, not a science lab. With crushed tomatoes, freshly shredded real dairy cheese, and a hard-baked crust. Whether you dine in, get delivery, or carry out, Papo's quality never varies because Papo is always watching. To order, go to papospizzeria.com.
All right, here we go. And Kara Foster is sponsored by B&B Heating and Cooling. Really? And
BBHVAC.
I pulled out the wrong card.
Oh, my gosh.
So,
well, that's what you get for taking a little time off, everything.
All right. Kara Foster's in here. How you doing, Kara?
Hey, Kara.
Hello, I'm doing all right. How are you guys doing?
This is Captain Bob.
And it's raining.
Yeah.
And we love it. We needed it.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not
can
like
send you guys a few buckets full of water if you want. We got a lot up here.
Yeah, not like Iowa, okay? Yeah.
Yeah.
Or even Minnesota where that dam is going to break.
Right. Oh, yes. Terrible.
Thankfully that dam is no longer at risk of breaking because, unfortunately, the earth gave way around it. So the water went around it instead and relieved that pressure, but on the other hand, did eat a house and some trees. So
Just
it's
another
a very
damn
rough
story.
situation.
Yeah. Okay.
Did you get that, Kara?
I didn't know. What did you say?
I said it's just another damn story.
Oh, yeah. I like that one.
She finally got it.
Isn't it great to have him back? I'm telling you.
All right.
It's chocolate pudding day.
Oh, is it really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's
It
my
is.
favorite.
Time to celebrate.
Time to celebrate, and Beautician's Day and Flowers in Your Hair Day.
There you go.
There you go. All right. Well, we've got some rain. It looks like it's stopped for a little bit. What's the deal?
Yeah, we're kind of on the edge of this system right now. It's kind of moving to the southeast, so we're nearing kind of the end of it for us. Now, the rest of the day is partly sunny, high of 87. We have clear skies overnight. We'll dip down to 67. Sunny and 88 into Thursday, mostly cloudy, 71 Thursday night. Scattered showers and thunderstorms are possible into Friday, sunny and 93. Those pick up into Friday night and then continue for most of the day on Saturday, unfortunately, reaching a high of 92. Those also continue into Saturday night and a little bit of Sunday, but then sunny and 85. So kind of a mixture of showers and sunshine the next couple of days. Seems like a fairly nice amount. And then going into next week, we're kind of sitting in the lower 90s to start off, but then right back up to 97 by Tuesday. So it's going to warm up very quickly after that. I'm meteorologist Kara Foster.
I almost hate to say this, but I think there's still some more hot days to come, like late July and August, right?
I know, yeah. We're only in June, so we still got a lot of time.
A lot of time. Thanks so much, Kara. We will catch you next hour.
Catch you then.
Thanks.
Oh, man, Kara Foster. And now here's the details. I finally pulled out the card. Home of the Free Filter Friday, which is every Friday. 4177 Osage Beach Parkway, 302-COOL. So easy to remember. 302-2665, bbhvac.com.
You got it.
Got it.
You got it.
Let's
you
find
nailed
out.
it.
Let's find out what's trending.
President Biden is set to pardon thousands of LGBTQ military service members who were discharged under Don't Ask, Don't Tell between 1994 and 2008. Some were prosecuted because of their sexual orientation, which meant that despite their stellar service records, they couldn't apply for veterans benefits. Now they will be able to. Olympic athletes Michael Phelps and Allison Schmidt were on Capitol Hill talking to a House subcommittee. They said they lost faith in the World Anti-Doping Agency to rid their sport of cheaters. Their testimony was referencing 23 Chinese swimmers who tested positive for a banned drug before the Tokyo Olympics. 11 of those people are swimming again in Paris this summer. Is Morgan Wallen about to drop some serious new music or make some big announcement? That's what fans are speculating since Wallen has deleted his Instagram account. Their evidence is that he's still on X and Facebook, and his collaborator Ernest also left the platform. Also, he hasn't had a new album in over a year. That's what's trending. I'm Cooper Lawrence.
Summer is here, and the Lake of the Ozarks is buzzing with excitement. As you enjoy the sun and water, remember that Central Missouri Foster Care and Adoption is here to support our community. Central Missouri Foster Care and Adoption provides essential services for foster and adoptive families, including training, support groups, and advocacy. We're here to ensure every child has a safe and loving home. To learn more about our programs and how we can help your family thrive, visit mofosteradopt.com.
What's bugging you? Don't let those pesky insects ruin your outdoor fun. At All American Termite and Pest Control, we've got you covered. You know, it's a season for spiders to be creeping around your dock and house. So let All American Termite and Pest Control treat your property. Our yard sprays tackle fleas, ticks, and chiggers so you can relax without the itch. And don't forget your ornamental trees and shrubs. Protect them against those hungry cicadas. Call All American Termite and Pest Control or visit bugsfearus.com because bugs shouldn't bug you.
Be up close to the star as the Encore Lakeside Grill and Sky Bar summer concerts continue with Molly Hatchet. Wednesday, July 3rd on the Sky Bar. Get your tickets now at theEncoreGrill.com. Ring or shine. Email management at EncoreGrill.com to purchase tables. Molly Hatchet. Wednesday, July 3rd at the Encore Lakeside Grill and Sky Bar, Lake Ozark. Presented by KRMS Radio and TV, 93.5 Rocks, Classic Country 104.9, and 98.7 The Cove.
Break time is game time. Welcome to Lake Billiards, the ultimate pool hall experience, right here in Osage Beach. With our top-of-the-line tables, welcoming atmosphere, and a fully stocked bar, every night is a hit. Swing by after work, join one of our Wednesday night tournaments, or just come in to chill with friends. Don't forget about the food. They serve it late, and it's great. Order online for pickup or delivery at lakebilliards.com. Better yet, join the action at Lake Billiards in the heart of Osage Beach, where every shot is a story, and every night is legendary.
All right, It's Up to You is literally right around the corner this hour of the Ozarks This Morning, sponsored by Mid-City Lumber. So builders and craftsmen, you need a partner who can live up to your standards. Make that partner Mid-City Lumber. You can learn more at their website, midcitylumber.com. midcitylumber.com. Time now for It's Up to You. All right, here we go on this Wednesday, June the 26th. 3 elements today: phone starter, water cooler, and deep thought. Phone starter, here we go. What silly thing were you afraid of as a child? Looking back on it, it was probably silly. At the time, it was probably a big deal. But what silly thing were you afraid of as a child? It's up to you. Water cooler question on this Wednesday. 56% of people say they do this on a date because it makes them feel more confident. What is it? Interesting question. It's up to you. 56% of people say they do this on a date because it makes them feel more confident. What is it? The answer is wear black. Would not have thought of that. Deep thought on this date. I would rather walk with a friend in the dark than alone in the light. Interesting. I would rather walk with a friend in the dark than alone in the light. Once again, attributed to Helen Keller. That's It's Up to You on this Wednesday, June the 26th. Get out and make it a good one.
Now, the Business Edge Minute. Here's Mitch Graff.
We've all been there, trying valiantly to reason with an incredibly difficult person, whether it be a customer, a coworker, a partner, or a friend. You can't really reason with an unreasonable person. However, there are a few ways that you can manage these stressful situations. Number 1, listen, and I mean really listen. Everyone wants to feel heard, so listen and stay calm. Number 2, don't judge. You don't know what the other person is going through. Chances are, if the person is acting unreasonable, they are likely feeling some sort of vulnerability or fear. Number 3, don't demand compliance. For example, telling someone who's upset to be quiet and calm down will just make it worse. And number 4, be compassionate. This will melt even the hardest heart. So remember to show compassion. Give yourself credit for getting through an uncomfortable situation. It takes a lot of energy not to act like a jerk when someone else is. So good job for rising above the situation and staying calm, cool, and collected. At BusinessEdgeMinute.com, I'm Mitch Graff.
You've heard it said before that the best lessons learned are from the School of Hard Knocks. Well, now you can give the gift of a PhD from this prestigious university. This authentic diploma is printed on the same high-quality paper that the top schools in the world use for their diplomas and will become the center of conversation for sure. Visit schoolofhardknocks.net. That's schoolofhardknocks.net, and you'll receive a special discount of 20% at checkout when you enter the code EDGE. Get one for that person in your life who seems to have everything, or heck, get one for yourself. You've earned it.
At your service since 1951, News Talk, KRMS, Osage Beach, and KRMS FM HD3, Osage Beach.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez. Applause in Australia, where Julian Assange arrived after a trip that took him from London to the island of Saipan, where he pleaded guilty to one U.S. charge of espionage today in exchange for time served, before moving on to his homeland. His wife, Stella.
Today, we celebrate Julian's freedom.
Reporter Scott Mayman is in Canberra.
It's the first time in nearly 15 years Assange has been in Australia. The plea deal just hours earlier getting court approval.
Hopefully this is the end, not just of the case against Assange, but the end of the case against journalism.
Assange's American lawyer, Barry Pollack.
The family of a Wall Street Journal reporter has issued a statement on the first day of his trial in Russia, insisting journalism is not a crime.
Evan Gershkovich stood in a glass box, his head shaved, sometimes smiling and waving at familiar faces. But the espionage charges against him are no laughing matter.
Evan Gershkovich.
The prosecutor says the Wall Street Journal reporter's been charged with collecting secret military information for the CIA, which he strongly denies. The trial resumes in August. Vicki Barker, CBS News, London.
President Biden says he's righting an historic wrong by pardoning what could be thousands of former U.S. service members over their sexual orientation. Correspondent Jim Axelrod.
The White House said people who were convicted under Article 125, a former military law that criminalized sodomy even between consenting adults, will now have the opportunity to apply for a pardon.
New government data show the number of undocumented migrants crossing the southern border has dropped about 40% since the president used his executive authority to restrict access earlier this month. New rules will only be lifted once the weekly average of daily illegal crossings falls below 1,500. One more day until the president and the man who wants to return to the Oval Office, Donald Trump, meet up for their first debate of the season. UVA political analyst Larry Sabato predicts
parts of it will be unpleasant and extremely negative, and they will attack each other for absolutely everything.
That debate tomorrow night. Something to look forward to, or not, this Christmas time.
Mama is the guy on the cheese.
Hallmark is making a TV movie inspired by Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce's romance. The company says it will be filmed entirely in Kansas City and at Arrowhead Stadium. S&P futures down 10. Dow futures off 107. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Looking for a career path with flexibility, great pay, and benefits? Go to progressive.com/careers and apply online today.
Lake News now.
I'm Bill Robbins, KRMS Radio News. Our top local stories. The Miller County Health Center has a new board member following the recent appointment of Richie Hess. First District County Commissioner Don Abbott says that Hess provides a good fit for the position.
He's actually a licensed installer, got a lot of experience in the environmental health side of this thing, and he's got a business and been around the businesses with inspections and, for food and so forth and so on. So got a lot to offer, I believe.
Hess assumes the unexpired term of William Washburn, who opted for retirement. The appointment will run through at least next year's April elections, at which time Hess will have to put his name on the ballot to serve any longer. Calling it years in the making, the Camden County Sheriff's Office officially opens the doors today for an open house to show off its new animal control facility.
The animal control facility has kind of been that albatross, if you will, that's been hanging over the shoulders of the last several sheriffs that have held office here in Camden County. And specifically, the employees here, the deputies, were very proud of the facility.
Sergeant Scott Hines says office personnel will be on hand to answer any questions about the new facility, followed by lunch and tours. The open house begins today at 1 o'clock. The facility is located at 7645 State Road A in the Montreal area. Absentee voting for the August 6th primary election is now officially underway in the Lake area and around the state. Those wanting to vote absentee by mail can go to their local county clerk's office to request a ballot, which must be received back by 5 p.m. on Wednesday, July 24th. Those wanting to vote absentee in person can do that in their county clerk's office through Monday, August 5th. Several local and statewide races and issues will appear on the ballots. For breaking news anytime, visit us on social media at KRMS Radio on X, formerly Twitter, and Facebook.com/KRMS News. That's your Lake News Now. I'm Bill Robbins.
This news sponsored by Hydro Hoist in Laurie. The 4th of July summer event is happening now at Hydro Hoist of the Ozarks with huge discounts on used and factory second boat lifts and PWC ports. Factory seconds come with the full Hydro Hoist factory warranty. Tanks may have die-lot issues or blemishes. Currently available is the Ultra Lift series with lifting capacities to 8,800 pounds and the Epic and Extreme PWC platforms, all while supplies last. Stop by their showroom located at 448 South Main, Laurie, or call 573-346-7505. Hurry, as they are going fast.
Slip into your summer gear and get to Dog Days Bar and Grill, where the party never stops. Doors open at 11 a.m. for an unforgettable mix of delicious eats and family entertainment. Claim your spot on our scenic deck and savor our diverse menu, or swing by the pool bar for a refreshing cocktail. Family fun awaits, and we're here to amp it up. Located in Osage Beach, just west of the Grand Glades Bridge, with a 19-mile marker by water. Can't wait to see you at the Dog.
Everybody's doing the dog. Well, son of a gun, we're gonna have big fun out on the bayou.
Shorty Pants is the heart and soul of Cajun cuisine at the lake, welcoming you daily from 11 a.m. for an authentic Cajun feast, featuring dishes like our crab cakes or the festive bourbon street eats. Spice up your day with one of our zesty cocktails. Crown the best Cajun at the lake for 8 consecutive years. Navigate to the end of KK at Three Seasons Road or sail to the 21-mile marker by water. Lakeside Cajun at its finest, only at Shorty Pants.
Seth Lugo was spectacular last night for the Royals against the visiting Miami Marlins. 6 shutout innings, 8 strikeouts, 2 hits, 2 walks. But the bullpen, namely Carlos Hernandez, can't keep a very small 1-0 lead. Marlins scored 2 in the top of the 7th inning. They go on to beat the Royals by a score of 2-1. Kansas City with just 4 hits in the ball game. Vinny Pasquantino drove in the only run of the night. Royals continue their recent struggles, now 43-38 on the season, and they continue to watch Cleveland roll right along in the American League Central Division. They beat the Orioles 10-8 in a battle of a couple of the top teams in the American League. Cleveland with a big lead now over Kansas City. It's now to double digits, 10 games. Royals 3-7 in their last 10. Mizzou basketball may be zeroing in on a potential in-state recruit, Nicholas Randall, a native of St. Louis, currently attending school in Arizona, on campus at Mizzou this week. A basketball visit for the 4-star prospect. He's a 6'10" center. Could be a big get. From the KRMS Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Matthews.
Lake of the Ozarks businesses, we know the drill. Quality employees are as rare as a quiet day on the water. But with LakeJob.com, you can have your job listings posted and pursued in no time. And it's free. Looking for a job? Seeking a stellar staff? Need a place to stay? Dive into LakeJob.com. They're backed by the best Team Lassen Flat Branch Home Loans. Keys to the lake. All-phase heating and cooling at the lake. Ellerman Roofing, a division of Timescorp. JBEGC, Jeremy Borgeson Electrical and General Contracting. LakeJob.com. Brought to you by this station and KRMS TV.
I'm meteorologist Kara Foster with your News Talk KRMS weatherology forecast.
Some showers and thunderstorms are likely early on today, otherwise sunny with our high nearing 87. Clear skies overnight with a low around 67. Sunny and 88 throughout Thursday, then mostly cloudy and 71 throughout Thursday night, and rain Friday. The lake level is 659.5 feet. The current water temperature, sponsored by Captain Ron's Bar and Grill, home of the shootout, is 86 degrees, and the temperature at the studios is currently at 68 degrees.
CBS Money Watch.
Charitable giving dropped 2.1% in 2023 after inflation, according to a new report from Giving USA. Fundraising consultants blame inflation and say donations to individuals suffered the biggest drop, about 20%. But many charities say they're seeing signs that donations are settling into a new normal in the wake of the pandemic. The robo-taxi service Waymo announced its driverless vehicles are ready to start picking up anyone in San Francisco who needs a ride. Waymo had only been accepting requests from riders on a waiting list of about 300,000 people. That's your CBS News Money Watch report. I'm Chanel Call.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance, making it easy to save money. When you bundle your auto policy with home, condo, or renters, you'll earn a multi-policy discount. Easy to bundle, easy to save. Visit Progressive.com.
CBS Money Watch is sponsored by Oakstar Bank. Oakstar Bank, they're proud to be ranked as the top ag lender in Missouri, number 11 nationally, according to the Independent Community Bankers of America's 2021 Top Lenders list. Stop by one of their convenient lake area locations to see how their team can help your operation succeed. Oakstar Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
News, weather, sports, entertainment. News Talk KRMS.
It's the only station that gets me through the day.
The Ozarks This Morning with Guy Wayman. News Talk KRMS.
And the crowd goes wild.
8:11 the time. We've got 68 degrees. We're on our way to a high of 85 degrees today. It'll be a little bit cooler than it's been the past couple of days. Our average on this date, 88 and 68, so we're going to be well within that pocket, a couple degrees less than that. Well, our extremes that have occurred on this date, 102 set back in 1954 and 46 in 1974. Our barometer presently is 29.53 inches, and that is down from the 6 o'clock hour. So what was rising is now starting to slip low. Locally, we have some heavy thunderstorms. Now, that warning is going to continue till 9 o'clock, and then it will expire. But on the forecast, the chance of rain is still 100% for today. 1 to 2 inches of rain is expected. Then this evening, we're going to drop to 66, so that's below that threshold of 70 degrees. Lake level, 659.34. River level is 558.42. Truman is at 708.03. In our pollen count this morning, tree pollen, ragweed, and mold all in the low category. Grass is moderate. Dust and dander is in the extreme. Well, there's a recall out for Ford F-150 pickup trucks. This is in the year 2014. So if you have one of these, you probably should take it to the shop pretty soon. They're recalling 500,000 of these trucks because of a transmission problem that can suddenly downshift down to first while you're driving. So they've got to change a sensor, and so they will not charge you for that recall. As you've been hearing on the news, a Lebanon, Missouri woman was arrested and charged accusing of putting weed killer in her husband's soda. And it was the Roundup putting it into what they said was Diet Mountain Dew. And he first started reporting that in the first part of May. They've charged her with first-degree assault and armed criminal action. Court documents state that the man came to the sheriff's office on Monday. Well, federal judges in Kansas and Missouri on Monday, they together blocked much of the President Biden's administration's student loan repayment plan that provides a faster path to cancellation and lower monthly payments for millions of borrowers. Now, in Missouri, U.S. District Judge John Ross' order applies to different parts of the program other than Crabtree's order in Kansas. His order says that the United States Department of Education cannot forgive loan balances going forward. He said the department could still lower monthly payments if they chose to. Together, both of these rulings, each by a judge appointed by former President Barack Obama, They appear to be greatly limiting the scope of the Biden administration's effort to help borrowers after the U.S. Supreme Court last year rejected the Democrats' first attempt as a forgiveness plan. Even in spite of the SCOTUS saying that you cannot do that, they turned around and did it again. So they're insistent upon doing that. And, boy, they just keep going back to the well, don't they? Well, if you're a fan of the Kansas City Chiefs, you'll get a chance to see the team's back-to-back Lombardi trophies at the Missouri State Capitol tomorrow. Governor Mike Parsons' office sent a press release Tuesday stating that there would be a public viewing of the Chiefs Super Bowl 58 and 57 trophies. Now, they will be on display from 11 o'clock in the morning till 3 o'clock in the afternoon in the Capitol Rotunda on the first floor. People must enter the Capitol through the main security entrance on the south side of the building. There will be verbal and posted directions to direct people to the viewing area. You can take a photo with the trophies. State staff members will be on hand to help if needed. You know, this is interesting news from Walmart. They're replacing its price labels with screens in all the stores by 2026. The retailer says that the move will improve customer experience, but some suspect the digital screens will be used to implement surge pricing. So if it's not actual physical labels and if it's digital, they can just do it right in the office and instantaneously the price can go up. Currently, Walmart stores have 120,000 products, each with their own price tag. Employees must change the prices regularly when there are markdowns or rollbacks is what they call it. Walmart insists that the system won't be used to charge more during peak hours. Well, the Bimbo Bakeries is what it's called. Well, there's new information, and we've got Jennifer Kuiper on the case.
I love Thomas's English muffins.
The Food and Drug Administration warns Bimbo Bakeries, the maker of Sara Lee and Entenmann's products, to stop using misleading labels saying products contain potentially dangerous allergens like sesame or tree nuts when they don't. FDA officials say in a warning letter that under its regulations, such products are misbranded and that food labels must be truthful and not misleading. They also say that allergen labeling is not a substitute for preventing cross-contamination in factories. The company says it's working with the FDA to resolve the issue.
Brownberry baked the right way.
Jennifer Kuiper, CBS News.
Well, for President Biden and former President Donald Trump, they'll take to the stage tomorrow night in Atlanta in their first presidential debate of the election season.
It's a 90-minute debate in a CNN studio with no studio audience. Political analyst Amy Dacey says this will give voters a chance to weigh both style and substance.
It is weighted on not only what they say and do, but how they will present themselves, what type of leadership they're going to show or define.
Millions of Americans are expected to watch this first debate. A second debate is scheduled for September. Linda Kenyon, CBS News, Washington.
Now, in the contract, it says that the CNN will be producing the debate. They'll be doing it in the CNN studios in Atlanta, and CNN will be using their host, Jake Tapper and Dana Bash. However, the feed will be available to all news outlets, and so many will be airing it, like ABC and Fox and Newsmax. And so you don't have to actually go to the CNN website or their channel to watch it. You can watch it on many other feeds, and that will be at 8 o'clock Eastern tomorrow. That's 7 o'clock Central on Thursday. And, wow, that's going to be one of those you want to watch. And is it high expectations or low expectations? We'll have to find out. Well, this is kind of fun. The NFL has teamed up with the Hallmark to create a holiday movie. It's called Holiday Touchdown, A Chiefs Love Story. It's going to feature Tyler Hines and Hunter King, Ed Begley Jr., filming that will take place throughout Kansas City, including Arrowhead Stadium. The story follows the Chiefs superfan family competing for the Fan of the Year. And so Hallmark, they're really proud to do this. And the club, they're saying this is a good thing, too. They say the partnership unites two passionate fan bases and gives the opportunity to show off the Chiefs Kingdom energy and a tradition of one of the most watched channels in the holiday season. So that should be a lot of fun. So if you're a fan of those Hallmark movies with Christmas and a big fan of the Kansas City Chiefs, and boy, I tell you what, we want a three-peat in the worst way. We've got a lot yet to come up. We've got Todd Starnes coming up, and then we've got the community calendar, and then we also have Cal Thomas, and then we have our hot list coming up as well, right here on the Ozarks this morning. Todd Starnes is sponsored by RJ's Family Restaurant, Highway 54 West in Camdenton. Check out their daily specials on Facebook.
Hello, Americans. I'm Todd Starnes. Stand by for news and commentary next.
This summer, believers nationwide will join for the Million Souls campaign, bringing unsaved family and friends to see the new movie, The Firing Squad, the true story about prisoners who find faith in the face of execution and transform their prison in the process. At the movie's conclusion, co-star Kevin Sorbo comes on screen to lead the entire theater in a prayer of commitment to Jesus. More information on free tickets and more is available at FiringSquadFilm.com.
A violent mob attacked a synagogue in Los Angeles Sunday, but the pro-Hamas crowd was not expecting the Jews to fight back, and they did. Mass protesters wearing Middle Eastern garb surrounded the synagogue, refused to allow Jews to either enter or leave. Other activists targeted pedestrians in the heavily Orthodox community. A number of Jews were chased and beaten in the streets. Video, which you can see on my website, shows the mob pummeling one Jewish woman. Mayor Karen Bass condemned the attack, said she would not harbor anti-Semites. Well, where's Governor Gavin Newsom? Why isn't he cracking down on anti-Semitism? And why are the Democrats who control Los Angeles not protecting the Jews? And for that matter, why is the national media covering up the violence targeting Jewish people of faith? Be sure to order my new book, Twilight's Last Gleaming, Can America Be Saved? You can get a copy right now at ToddStearns.com.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-230-2777. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-230-2777. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-230-2777. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-230-2777, 800-230-2777, or biglou.com.
Hi, this is Pastor Christopher Morris from Christ the King in Lake Ozark. Christ the King exists to share the love of Christ with the entire lake area. So we'd like to invite you to join us this Sunday morning at 8 a.m. on KRMS as we dig into God's Word. Realize again that God really does love people just like us, and then learn to live like that matters. So please join us Sunday morning at 8 a.m. right here on KRMS.
Sponsored by the King's Academy, Christ-centered education preschool through the 8th grade.
Well, coming up, we've got the community calendar with the kennels, and then today's hot list, Cal Thomas, and our bottom of the hour news block. Well, the Miller County Fair, it is in full swing. It's in Eldon. It started yesterday, and their theme for this year's fair is Derby's Showing, Sparkling, and Going. Come to the Miller County Fair. You can visit their website, millercountyfair.com, for a schedule of events, parades, carnivals, and livestock information. And if you're wondering, the Missouri State Fair, that is in August. So we're just about 7 weeks away from that. So all these fairs are starting to get themselves rounded up. Plus, we got a feature about your cookout coming up to make sure that it's not a sick out, because you got to make sure that your food is all properly repaired or prepared. Yeah, repaired too. So we'll be right back. News time. 8:23.
When severe weather threatens our area, get the information you need from News Talk KRMS. We utilize the latest technology to analyze impending weather as it approaches our area. Our meteorologists prepare you for anything from ice and snow to severe thunderstorms or worse. Our severe weather coverage is sponsored by California Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in California. Visit CaliforniaChrysler.com to see their new and used inventory. Listen for severe weather updates from News Talk KRMS.
The community calendar is sponsored by RJ's Family Restaurant. Close to home, yet far from ordinary.
Out of kennels, Onto Two Couches encourages people to visit kennel2couch.org. This organization helps cats and dogs get adopted faster and into permanent homes. That's today's community calendar. You'd be pretty hard-pressed to find someone who doesn't rave about the food served at RJ's Family Restaurant. Repeat and new customers savor the menu items. From skillet creations, eggs Benedict, lunch specials, enough sides to make it hard to decide, and the menu goes on and on. Try RJ's for their great desserts. Open Tuesday through Sunday till 2 p.m. Located on Highway 54 West in Camdenton with plenty of convenient parking. RJ's Family Restaurant. Close to home, yet far from ordinary.
Happy campers get away with A-OK RVs. AOKRVs.com. RV sales, both new and used. Service parts and propane too. Family owned, no commission sales. The friendly people who really care. Go on and get away with A-OK RVs. AOKRVs.com. At the Lake of the Ozarks. AOKRVs.com.
Keep quiet. I'm trying to sleep.
Time to get loud.
Get up!
All right!
Perfect accompaniment to your morning routine. The Ozarks This Morning with Guy Wayman on KRMS.
Well, that's a little bit of the intro of a Gwen Stefani song there, and it's called Hollenbach Girl. How about that? Well, cookouts are going to be abundant next week, and it's a week from Thursday. Tomorrow is July the 4th. So this 4th of July, grills across America will be fired up for the cookouts. Some of the tips to keep those cookouts from being sickouts. Well, we've got Gary Crawford with more.
Oh, yes, it is coming, and those outdoor grills are going to be put to good use. But while many 4th of July celebrations will end with fireworks, yes, some of them will end with people getting sick from food poisoning.
It can be as simple as just kind of a tummy cramps and going to the bathroom, but it could also be as severe as causing death, and that's what's really scary.
That's Meredith Carruthers, food safety expert with the Agriculture Department's Meat and Poultry Hotline, the number of which we'll give you in a minute. She says one of the big mistakes that we make when grilling meats and poultry is not using a meat thermometer to make sure the food is cooked to a high enough internal temperature to kill any bacteria that might be in or on that food.
Grilling kind of adds a coloring to the outside of a food product and makes it look done a lot of times way before it actually is fully done. And that really makes food thermometers super important.
Because you cannot tell if something's done by just eyeballing it. Next, she says even when you're cooking outside, try to wash your hands as often as you can.
Biggest key time, though, is going to be after you've touched raw meat and poultry, just because those bacteria can spread to other places, and then you can't see them and you can't smell them, so you have no idea where they went and where they got distributed to.
And some bacteria can live and multiply on surfaces like your countertops, dishes, cell phones for as long as 72 hours. Next, Meredith says one of the biggest mistakes we make, especially on the 4th of July, is leaving cooked meat and other perishable foods out too long without cooling down, refrigeration of some kind.
Normally we say to follow a 2-hour rule, so 2 hours from when it comes off the grill, because that's a time frame where bacteria can then reach dangerous levels, and ultimately then if they reach those dangerous levels, they may not be able to be killed by reheating or cooking, so then you're kind of stuck with them.
And Meredith says if it's over 90 degrees where you are, then it's only safe to leave food out for 1 hour. Now, I can hear it now. Some of us are saying, I've always just eyeballed meat on the grill to see if it's done, always left the food out longer than 2 hours. I didn't even wash my hands. Nothing has ever happened to me.
Sure, that's true. It's not a guarantee that you're going to get sick every single time that you do something risky, but every time you get in a car, it's a risk that you could get in a car accident, but it's not going to happen every single time. But the one time that it does happen, it could be quite bad.
And she speaks from experience on that. If you have questions about cookout safety or any food safety question, call the experts at the Meat and Poultry Hotline. The number, 1-888-MP Hotline, 1-888-MP Hotline, or you can do some live chat with the experts at ask.usda.gov. And have a great and safe holiday. Gary Crawford for the U.S. Department of Agriculture.
28 and a half minutes past the hour of 8 o'clock. We've got 69 degrees, and we're going to be on our way to 85. Right now, the cloud cover is keeping us somewhat cool, but going up to 85, it's not as bad as it's been the past couple of days, like 97 and 99 on Sunday and Monday, respectively. And then tomorrow, 87. So we're in a little bit of a cooling stretch, but yet upper 80s, that's full-blown summer, and we are definitely in that. They're saying a chance of rain is 100% today, although the backside of the storms that went through earlier today, it does not show any rain coming down or any lightning at the present time. We'll have to see what's on the backside after this hole of dryness continues. The Ozarks this morning, News Talk KRMS, 8:29, time now for Cal Thomas.
The Cal Thomas Commentary is brought to you by Values Through Media. Now here's syndicated columnist Cal Thomas.
While waiting for momentous decisions on presidential immunity and other cases that will likely come this week, the Supreme Court, next term, will decide whether states can restrict medical treatment for boys who think they are girls and girls who think they're boys. Time was such things were considered abnormal, and people either grew out of it or sought spiritual or psychological help. God made us male and female, but the Biden administration, which brought this case, doesn't think so. Look at some of the gender-confused people in his administration. There are numerous stories, all covered up by the agenda-driven media, about people who have changed their minds later in life, and especially women who have been unable to have children. World Magazine recently interviewed some of them. Minors are prohibited from doing many things, and this should be one of them. No child is mature enough to make such decisions, and any parent who allows them to change genders ought to be considered unfit. In an age when all restraints have been cast off, and God is giving us over to our low nature, let's hope the court gets this one right. I'm Cal Thomas.
For a free copy of today's commentary, visit calthomas.com or write us at Values Through Media, P.O. Box 373340, Key Largo, Florida 33037. That's P.O. Box 373340, Key Largo, Florida 33037. Please specify the date and subject. Your tax-deductible gifts to Values Through Media help support us. Listen again next time for the Cal Thomas Commentary.
You know, it's true. Difficult times have a way of focusing us. We have to think about what matters most when it comes to our spending, our health care. This is why so many people are joining MediShare right now. MediShare is a trusted way to save up to 50% on your monthly healthcare costs. More than 400,000 people have already made the switch. It's pretty obvious why, too, especially now during this challenging season with healthcare costs and out-of-pocket expenses going up. MediShare can save you a lot of money. The typical family saves $500 a month. MediShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years. Members have shared more than $5 billion of each other's bills. There are different options to choose from to fit your budget. I'll give you the number here in a second, and if you call, you can get a price within 2 minutes. Maybe now is the perfect time to make the switch and start saving. Here you go. Call 855-90-BIBLE. That's 855-90-BIBLE. 855-90-BIBLE.
Check us out on Facebook.
It's time.
Y'all ready? At your service since 1951. We're News Talk KRMS.
CBS News Brief. Julian Assange is back in his native Australia after a stop at a U.S. federal court in Saipan, where he pleaded guilty to 1 count of espionage in exchange for time served. CBS's Ramy Inocencio.
Here in Canberra, Julian Assange is now far removed from the public eye. His wife and his father are here to greet him as a free man. His brother says he will rest.
Wall Street Journal reporter Evan Gershkovich, head-shaved, locked in a glass cage at court in Russia for the first day of a secret trial on spying charges. His family issued a statement saying journalism is not a crime. President Biden is pardoning thousands of U.S. veterans convicted under a military law that banned gay sex. CBS's Jim Axelrod.
The pardons are not automatic. Veterans will have to apply to prove they are eligible. Once they receive that certificate of pardon, they can go to their military branch and apply to have their discharge characterization changed.
CBS News Brief. I'm Deborah Rodriguez.
Lake News now.
I'm Bill Robbins, KRMS Radio News. Our top local stories. The Missouri State Highway Patrol and local authorities continue preparing for what will be once again another very busy July 4th holiday around the lake area. The patrol Sergeant Kyle Green says it almost sounds like a broken record, urging drivers to practice safe behaviors when behind the wheel.
Each year we talk about doing the things that help reduce the number of traffic crashes in terms of people slowing down, increasing following distance, staying off their phones and things like that. But unfortunately, even last year, we still had 15 people that were killed in traffic crashes during that counting period.
Statewide, one person also drowned during last year's July 4th holiday, while 125 others were busted for drunk driving and 10 people for drunken boating. This year's official July 4th counting period begins at 6 o'clock next Wednesday night, July 3rd, and comes to an end 11:59 Sunday night, July 7th. Each year, state officials go through months of preparation toward having the budget ready for the following fiscal year. Senate correspondent Dean Morgan has more.
Senator Lincoln Huff of Springfield chairs the Missouri Senate Appropriations Committee. He says the budget process for him started in December.
And a whole host of infrastructure projects, transportation, water projects, things like that.
In a rare move this year, there were no Missouri Senate House Conference committees on appropriations measures. Missouri Senate Minority Floor Leader John Rizzo of Independence says he worries the governor may have to call an extra session for a supplemental budget.
It's just a matter of if it'll be in September by veto session or maybe a little later in the fall. But if they're lucky enough to make it to January, it will have to be almost immediate when we come back in.
Missouri's next fiscal year will start on Monday, July 1st. In the meantime, the governor still has until July 14th to decide on remaining legislation from this year's regular legislative session, whether he signs or vetoes it. Reporting from the state capitol, I'm Dean Morgan.
That's your Lake News Now. I'm Bill Robbins.
The news is sponsored by Jennings Insurance Group. Visit JenningsInsuranceGroup.com.
At Jennings Insurance Group, we want you to have the best possible coverage and the knowledge to use it. We work with many insurance companies, but we work for our clients. Are you tired of being pushed into healthcare coverage you don't want or understand? At Jennings, we give you the right to vote. If you are looking for a consultant who will meet with you to explain your options, Jennings is the right choice. For many, healthcare coverage is one of the most important decisions. Make the right choice. Call Jennings today, 573-693-9443.
Seth Lugo was spectacular last night for the Royals against the visiting Miami Marlins. 6 shutout innings, 8 strikeouts, 2 hits, 2 walks. But the bullpen, namely Carlos Hernandez, can't keep a very small 1-0 lead. Marlins scored 2 in the top of the 7th inning. They go on to beat the Royals by a score of 2-1. Kansas City with just 4 hits in the ball game. Vinny Pasquantino drove in the only run of the night. Royals continue their recent struggles, now 43-38 on the season, and they continue to watch Cleveland roll right along in the American League Central Division. They beat the Orioles 10-8 in a battle of a couple of the top teams in the American League. Cleveland with a big lead now over Kansas City. It's now to double digits, 10 games. Royals 3-7 in their last 10. Mizzou basketball may be zeroing in on a potential in-state recruit, Nicholas Randall, a native of St. Louis, currently attending school in Arizona, on campus at Mizzou this week. A basketball visit for the 4-star prospect. He's a 6'10" center. Could be a big get. From the KRMS Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Matthews.
The Osage Nation would like for you to be our guest to Wajaje and Osage Ballet. Join us on July 12th and 13th at 7:30 p.m. at School of the Osage, Cummings Auditorium in Osage Beach, Missouri. Reserve your seats now at info@osageballet.com or call 918-947-5063. This is a free performance, but donations can be made to Wonderland Camp by texting Osage Ballet to 41444. Don't miss this extraordinary event.
Here's an important dock safety tip. If a breaker or GFCI trips, that's a signal that something is wrong. Heed the warning signs. Never swim around a dock where breakers or GFCIs are tripping. If you're in the water and feel a tingle or a shock, never touch any part of the dock and head to shore if you can. When in doubt, swim away from the dock and get out. Make sure you're doing everything possible to keep your family and friends safe at the lake. Learn more at AmerinMissouri.com/lake.
I'm meteorologist Kara Foster with your News Talk KRMS weatherology forecast.
Some showers and thunderstorms are likely early on today, otherwise sunny with our high nearing 87. Clear skies overnight with a low around 67. Sunny and 88 throughout Thursday, then mostly cloudy and 71 throughout Thursday night, and rain Friday. The lake level is 659.5 feet. The current water temperature, sponsored by Captain Ron's Bar and Grill, home of the shootout, is 86 degrees, and the temperature at the studios is currently at 68 degrees.
I've warned many times about AI's outright theft of copyrighted material to build ChatGPT and the others. To teach any AI, it must ingest huge amounts of data produced by real people. Now the music industry sees this as outright theft, and the lawsuits have finally begun. I'm Kim Commando for NetSuite. Attention business owners, get a one-of-a-kind flexible financing program at netsuite.com/Kim. Suno and Udio are competing AI services that make basic tunes, arrangements, lyrics, and vocal harmonies, all at the click of a button. But who did it steal from to learn how to do this? Music giants Universal, Sony Warner, and the Recording Industry Association of America say they know. It was Drake's hit, BBL Drizzy. Other top artists were ripped off too. The New York Times says that ChatGPT used its style to learn how to write and gather news. And like Drake, it wasn't compensated either. So far, AI has been the biggest intellectual property theft in history. Get tech smart with my free newsletter at getkim.com. Attention small business owners, are you tired of juggling multiple systems to manage your business? You don't have to do that anymore. Simplify your life with NetSuite. It's the #1 cloud financial system. Here's why. NetSuite brings accounting, financial management, inventory, and HR all into one platform, providing you one source of truth. Imagine reducing your IT costs and cutting the expense of maintaining multiple systems. You see, with SimpliSafe, you can easily improve efficiency by consolidating all of your major business processes. Say goodbye to manual tasks and errors. Join over 37,000 companies already benefiting from NetSuite. And here's some really exciting news. By popular demand, NetSuite has extended its one-of-a-kind flexible financing program for just a few more weeks. Now, I don't want you to miss out. Head to netsuite.com/Kim right now. That's netsuite.com/Kim. NetSuite, everything you need, all in one place. netsuite.com/Kim.
Around the world or in your backyard.
Missing child.
Hear it here first. News that matters to you.
Check it out now.
An institution of public service.
The Ozarks This Morning, starting at 6 with Guy Wayman. News Talk KRMS.
I'm so excited, and I just can't hide it. I'm about to lose control, and I think I like it.
All right, welcome back to the Ozarks This Morning on News Talk KRMS. We are broadcasting live from the Radio Television Center right here in mid-Missouri. Welcome aboard. And our thunderstorm watch, which is going to be going till 9 a.m., it looks like it's pretty much over. And you know what? Sunshine always walks in the door, and that is Tony Herman.
A little bit of sunshine.
A little bit of sunshine we needed here. Good morning to you, Tony.
Good morning. Good morning. Got a nice little rain last night. That's what we need. We need a little rain while we're asleep.
Yep.
And got a little bit of natural watering. I've been trying to save my grass. I worked hard on my grass this year, so I'm trying to save it, and I sure appreciate the rain.
Yeah, although when the rain happens with the sunshine, the grass grows, which means you have to further cut your grass.
Yeah, I'm going to have to mow it again. I'm going to have to mow it today probably if it dries up, which I'm assuming it's going to dry up pretty quick here.
Yeah. All right, here we go. Today's hot list. Let's hit it. All right, the Oklahoma Supreme Court deemed a public funding of the St. Isidore of Seville Catholic Virtual School unconstitutional. Citing violations of state and federal law, the ruling could lead to potential appeal to the U.S. Supreme Court. The decision was hailed as a win for public education integrity by the National Alliance of Public Charter Schools. Now, charter schools, that's been a contentious issue back and forth, hasn't it, Tony?
You know, there's a fine line. There's a fine line out there when it comes to who can educate and what can educate, and I don't really know about this decision too much about it. I know they've been battling for years.
Yeah. All right. Surgeon General of the United States declared gun violence a public health crisis.
Oh, he's on a roll, isn't he? I mean, up until about 2 weeks ago, I couldn't even tell you his name, much less. But now he wants to put a label on everything.
Well, there's people in the White House that are making dumb decisions. It's like they've got so many kooks and stuff coming out of that White House. They got this new associate communications director, Tyler Cherry. And it's like, I don't get it. Do you?
No, he's first of all, he dresses like he's out of the 80s, and you see that. And of course, he's made some very controversial comments, and I apologize to those people that dress like they're from the 80s, but but he said that was just a reflection of where I was at that time, which means I'm different now. But he certainly does.
Look how old he is. I mean, what is it, like 30 minutes ago or something? I'm sorry, but that was something I said in previous. No, he's not that old. The NFL, this is kind of interesting. They've teamed up with Hallmark, and they're going to make a movie. It's called Holiday Touchdown: A Chiefs Love Story. They're going to use Kansas City Chiefs, and they're going to make it right there at Arrowhead Stadium.
Who are they going to make it about? What's it going to be about?
Story follows a Chiefs superfan family competing for the Fan of the Year.
Oh. Well, that'd be interesting.
So it's a novel. It's not based on any true experiences, I would think.
Yeah, that's interesting.
But, you get the NFL, which is billion-dollar industry. You get Hallmark with their billion-dollar Christmas movies.
Yeah, two people can get you a good Christmas gift.
A letter signed by scientist Albert Einstein encouraging the United States to develop nuclear bombs will go up for auction at Christie's in September. The letter was written in 1939. It was addressed to Franklin Delano Roosevelt.
Interesting. I watched that movie Oppenheimer this weekend.
They think this letter's going to go for $4 million.
That's a lot of money
for a letter.
Yeah, and he did. Einstein had a relationship with Oppenheimer, and they knew each other professionally. And I don't think Einstein was really into the technology going into bombs.
No. Company that makes Sara Lee and Entenmann's cakes are being accused of pulling a frosting over our eyes. That's what it says on the copy.
Now we're talking.
All right. The feds found that they've been mislabeling their food by listing dangerous allergens. So in other words, they're listing these things on the packaging, but they're not in the package. They're not in the package, and so they're just saying they're covering their backsides to avoid lawsuits.
Okay, that's interesting.
Little Caesars, they've been testing for 4-in-1 sticks at selected locations. Popeyes, there you go. They debut boneless wings.
I like Popeyes. Popeyes is good.
And mint chip Oreos are available for a limited time, coming in July. Available for, it features a mint cream with chocolatey chips and a waffle cone pattern on the cookies. Sees a package starting July the 8th.
Oh, good. We were supposed to get a Popeyes, but I don't know what happened to it.
I don't know. Probably with Chick-fil-A and all the other good stuff.
Supposedly that's coming too.
All right. Talk about a China land grab.
Well, we talked earlier about the Chinese land purchases. We talked very briefly about it, and it's a legitimate issue. We have, of course, two different types of Chinese land purchases. One is land that is directly owned by either the Communist Party, the government of China, or by an official that is tied in clearly to the Communist Party leadership. And I think most Americans would agree that those are the types of trades that should be unwound and should be forcefully liquidated or legally liquidated, if you will. But the problem we have is that it is an age-old issue we have with Chinese. There are a lot of Chinese who want to diversify their wealth, and they view owning land in the U.S. as akin to putting money in a Swiss bank account. It is a legitimate expression of their desire to diversify their wealth out of fear of the Chinese government. I get that. A lot of these land purchases fall into that category. On the other hand, we have the problem that any Chinese national who still has a family based in China is subject to the whims of the Chinese Communist Party, because the CCP makes it very clear that they can reach you or your family wherever you are. And if you are out of their reach, they will make your family pay the price by your family being destroyed, being unemployable, disappearing, whatever it is. They've used all of these tactics to one extent or another against their political enemies. Anyone who questions the legitimacy or the power of the Chinese Communist Party. So it's a real issue, and maybe the only solution is an outright ban on Chinese nationals owning real estate in the United States. But that's an extreme position, but that may be the only way to protect this country from a situation where you have the Chinese Communist Party controlling land. And no matter where you buy in this country, you're going to be close to sensitive sites, whether it's military bases or launch facilities or communication facilities. They're all sensitive sites all over the United States.
You know, Ben talks about the military sites, and those are extremely sensitive and very important. But let's not forget the agriculture, because what they're trying to do, and they are doing it right now, they're getting close to, like, say, Pioneer, which develops seed, and they're starting to understand how these seeds work. And all it takes is just a little bit of a chemical here and a chemical here. They can actually change the seed product of what we put in, that it will totally destroy the agriculture products that these farmers are putting into the ground, that the seeds will not properly work. This is guarded stuff, and this is just as guarded as military stuff, Frank.
Yeah, and we have to understand that the next big war, which actually might have already begun in some ways, is not going to necessarily look like World War II. You're not going to have a Pearl Harbor attack. It might not even be kinetic. It might be cyber attacks, and I'll talk about that actually in my one more thing. It could be an attack against crops. It could be environmental assaults and all sorts of things. So the fact of the matter is, the Chinese buying land, particularly land near military bases, is such a bad idea. But I'll say this. Our president, Joe Biden, is an honest politician. He stays bought. He was bought by China. His family was enriched by it. Any reasonable president, I don't care whether you're Democrat, Republican, liberal, or conservative, would look at the Chinese land purchases and say, this is not good. This is dangerous. So far, Joe Biden has not weighed in on this at all. And that's because, as I've said before, he is an honest politician. He stays bought.
And that was Frank Vernews Show and Ben Brunson. We're talking about China land grab and what's going on with China investing into the United States. Well, coming up now, we have Kara Foster, and she's going to fill us in on what's going on weather-wise, as we do 3 times in the morning, 6:50 or 6:20, 7:50, and 8:50. And we had a thunderstorm warning that was in effect until 9 o'clock, and I would fully expect that to expire, and they would not issue that again. Kara Foster has all the details for us on weatherology. Good morning once again, Kara Foster.
Good morning once again.
Our weather radar live in studio shows that most of the green blob is moving off to the east, so it looks like we're going to be clearing out a little bit, although my forecast says 100% chance of rain, so there's a disconnect.
Well, we're seeing these showers kind of clear out now, and we're looking at the rest of the day being partly sunny, high of 87. Clear skies into tonight. We'll dip down to 67, sunny 88 into Thursday, mostly cloudy 71 Thursday night. Friday, we're looking at some scattered showers possible, high of 93, and then those showers continue Friday night, dip down to 76. Showers are likely throughout most of the day Saturday as well, high of 92. A little of Sunday, but sunny and 85. And then going into next week, we'll start off at 90, but then jump to 97 Tuesday and see some more rain. So a little bit of a combination of rain and sunshine the next few days. Temperatures are a little bit cooler, obviously, as we head towards these next couple of days here. Kind of hike it back up on Friday, cool it back down again. It'll be kind of a little bit of up and down. I'm meteorologist Kara Foster.
Thanks so much, Kara. We will catch you tomorrow morning.
You bet. Catch you then.
Kara Foster out of our weatherology office. Now let's find out what's trending this hour.
An entire Hell's Angel chapter was arrested in California. 6 men in total, ranging in age from 33 to 57, have all been charged with several crimes, including kidnapping, first-degree robbery, intimidating a witness, and elder abuse. The Academy who vote on the Oscars is made up of Oscar winners and nominees who vote in their category. They've announced their class of 2024. Amongst the almost 500 new prospective members are actors Lily Gladstone, Divine Joy Randolph, and Catherine O'Hara, as well as producers and other industry insiders. If they say yes, there'll be 9,934 voting members, 35% women, 20% people of color. Whatever Drake does, do the opposite. While he's famous for betting on sports, he's also famous for losing money. I lost all my money. He just lost $1 million betting on the Oilers to win the Stanley Cup and the Mavericks to win the NBA Finals. Neither team won, by the way. That's what's trending. I'm Cooper Lawrence.
For years, scientists have toiled to make the perfect pizza. That's why other pies contain so many additives, fillers, and dough conditioners. Forget about it. Pizza making is an art. Papo's recipes were created in his own kitchen, not a science lab. With crushed tomatoes, freshly shredded real dairy cheese, and a hard-baked crust. Whether you dine in, get delivery, or carry out, Papo's quality never varies because Papo is always watching. To order, go to papospizzeria.com.
The Community Calendar is sponsored by Mills & Sons Insurance, serving your insurance needs in Missouri.
The Ad Council reminds us no matter our age, we never outgrow the need for a loving, supportive family. Adopting a teen can make a huge difference in their life and yours. That's today's Community Calendar.
Portions of our programming are pre-recorded.
Hi, this is Jeff Smith with Alpha Graphics and Alpha Custom Apparel. We're the Lake's full-service, one-stop printer that can handle all of your printing, custom apparel, and promotional product needs. From business cards to business shirts and bandanas to brochures, we can make you and your business stand out. Our in-house design team can put your imagination on paper, apparel, and or social media. State-of-the-art printing equipment gives you the highest quality finished products with a quick turnaround time. We have the best printing prices in town and can meet all of your printed needs, including rack cards, posters, and full-size banners. Our printed products are produced locally and support the Lake area. Alpha Graphics and Alpha Custom Apparel is locally owned and operated in Osage Beach at 1140 Industrial Drive. Stop by and see us or give us a call at 348-5900 for a free quote. For all your printing needs, Alpha Graphics and Alpha Custom Apparel are here to help you increase your reach.
Summer. 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 Summer.
Hello, summertime.
It's summer. I got my hat on backwards and it's time to party.
Summertime kicks. News, weather, sports, entertainment. The Ozarks This Morning, starting at 6 with Guy Wayman. News Talk KRMS.
Well, that's pretty much going to do it. We have Just a Thought with our good friend Jeff Davison from the Thought Zone coming up. Tonight, the Kansas City Royals, actually it's this afternoon, they are hosting Miami. First pitch is at 1:10. Tomorrow, then they host Cleveland. Cleveland is red hot right now, and I still am going to call them the Cleveland Indians. I grew up a fan of Cleveland, and so the Redskins and the Indians, they still live in my heart, Tony.
I think the Guardians. That's a dumb name. I'm just gonna throw it out there.
Sure is.
I think it's a dumb name, but hey, whatever. Do what you want to do. But when I thought it was great timing. I sat down, you said the Thought Zone, and then you went off on something else. And, I thought you were being complimentary.
Well, we are complimentary because your Thought Zone is called Morning Magazine, and we're going to find out more about what you're going to do on Morning Magazine in 60 seconds.
Be up close to the star as the Encore Lakeside Grill and Sky Bar summer concerts continue with Molly Hatchet. Wednesday, July 3rd on the Sky Bar. Get your tickets now at theEncoreGrill.com. Rain or shine. Email management at EncoreGrill.com to purchase tables. Molly Hatchet. Wednesday, July 3rd at the Encore Lakeside Grill and Sky Bar, Lake Ozark. Presented by KRMS Radio and TV, 93.5 Rocks, Classic Country 104.9, and 98.7 The Cove.
Here's Mark Alford, U.S. Representative from Missouri's 4th District, speaking on the floor of Congress in favor of AM radio.
I love AM radio. You see, AM radio is an essential platform for listeners who rely on crucial updates, on weather patterns, market shifts, agriculture news. It's also a vital platform for emergency information. Stations like KRMS, AM radio is there for a reason. It's there to operate in the public interest, and that's exactly what it does. And I want my AM radio.
All right, this officially brings the program to a close. Tony Herman, what's on your Thought Zone called Morning Magazine?
Well, I appreciate you hitting that on there this time. Hey, listen, we're going to talk with Chris Wright. He is from the Joplin area. He is a candidate for governor, seeking the Republican nomination in August. And so we'll be speaking with him about his run and what he believes is important and what he can bring to the office of governor for the state of Missouri. And, of course, We do have a lot of things going on. Big August, big primary coming up, and there's a lot of races, and we'll talk about all of them, as many as we can.
All right. Thank you so much. That's Tony Herman from 9 to 11. And then after that, Jimmy Fallon with Fox Across America, the Dave Ramsey Show, Missouri Show Me program, and then the one, the only, Mike Anthony, taking you through Afternoon Drive.
I'm Jeff Davis with Just a Thought. There are many times you might run across a YouTube video or political post that says no one is prepared for what's coming. Unless you're Edgar Casey or Nostradamus and have seen what's coming, we're all in the same boat. We live in a very dangerous world where there are mentally ill people in power or people who speak out of an opinion as if it's fact. Too often there are those who line up behind people who promote absurd hyperbole. Yes, no one's prepared for what's coming, but what's coming? Well, it depends on how one sees the world around them, and we're all in it. If you're in California, what's coming is what's going. That's an exodus out of the state, resulting in higher taxes in California. The high courts are in bed with the Democrats in Sacramento. Maybe you're disgusted with the overt legal warfare and election interference against Donald Trump. Maybe your thoughts are with a civil war. Often our imaginations are much more dramatic than reality, but I think civil disobedience works. Mahatma Gandhi used it effectively in India in the 1930s. Maybe we should try it. Just a thought. I'm Jeff Davis.
At your service since 1951, News Talk, KRMS, Osage Beach, and KRMS FM HD3, Osage Beach.
Our forecast for today, locally heavy thunderstorms during the morning will give way to partly cloudy skies this afternoon. Potential severe thunderstorms are possible. Highs today of 87 degrees. Chance of rain is now slipped. It's not any longer 100%. Coming up at the top of the hour at the tone, it will be exactly 9 o'clock right here on KRMS, and that will be CBS Radio.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez. We begin in Canberra, Australia, where Julian Assange arrived on a private jet hours after he pleaded guilty to one charge of espionage at a U.S. federal court in Saipan. His legal counsel, Jennifer Robinson.
We are absolutely delighted, after a very long and complex negotiation with the U.S. government, that we've reached this plea deal that enabled him to come home to Australia.
The agreement between the WikiLeaks founder and the Justice Department included a 5-year sentence to time already served in the UK. The first presidential debate of the fall campaign is just a day away. President Biden and former President Trump set to go head-to-head. Correspondent Ed O'Keefe is in Washington.
With the hours ticking down to the first face-off of 2024, voters near the White House shared their expectations.
I'm just there for the entertainment. It's going to be fun.
I think that it will be choosing the best of two evils.
It's set to be a 90-minute debate with no audience and muted mics when the other is speaking.
NATO is getting a new chief. CBS's Cammie McCormick.
NATO's 32 nations have appointed outgoing Dutch Prime Minister Mark Rutte as the new Secretary General. He'll take over in October, ahead of the U.S. elections. And with the ongoing war in Ukraine and strained relations with Russia, the Kremlin said today his appointment will not change anything.
CBS News' Imtiaz Tyab has gotten a closer look at the U.S.-built pier off the coast of Gaza, designed to deliver desperately needed humanitarian aid to Palestinians. It's resumed operations after it was damaged by rough seas.
The Biden administration seems determined to make the pier work, saying it'll likely remain operational for even longer than planned. But critics insist pressure should have instead been put on Israel to reopen all land crossings for aid trucks into Gaza, which they say is safer, faster, and cheaper.
Car dealerships are still waiting to get back on track after a cyber attack last week. It's crippled record keeping at 15,000 locations across the U.S. CDK Global says it'll be at least 5 more days until core applications that help process car purchases are restored. Software company calls it a ransom event. Titanic almost sank. Not that one. Jim Rajdilla at the Volo Museum in Chicago.
We had security footage, and we caught motion of something, and we looked underneath, and the entire Titanic exhibit was just underwater. It was crazy.
He believes thunderstorms may have triggered flooding that began under a 1912 Renault concept car that inspired the exhibit. The only other one was made on the Titanic, and it still sits on the ocean floor. This is CBS News.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Lake News Now.
I'm Bill Robbins, KRMS Radio News. Our top local stories. An early morning boat fire is under investigation by the Osage Beach Fire District and the Highway Patrol's Water Division. Osage Beach Chief Paul Berardi says personnel responded to an area on Autumn Lane near the 21-mile mark of the Osage Arm just a few minutes before 1 o'clock Tuesday morning. Upon arrival, a single well dock and a boat were fully involved. Crews tended to one patient who was taken to Lake Regional Hospital. The extent of injuries currently unknown. Firefighters from Osage Beach and Mid-County were able to put the blaze out, while Lake Ozark and Sunrise Beach manpower were canceled en route. The brutal early summer temperatures might give you a pretty good reason to indulge in some ice cream. However, CBS's Matt Piper cautions you that some are included in a recall.
The brand Totally Cool is recalling more than 60 of its products because they could contain listeria. The company makes Chipwich, Friendlies, and other branded ice creams like Hershey's and Cumberland Farms. The ice creams are sold nationwide in stores and by direct delivery, though Totally Cool says it's halted production and distribution after the FDA warning. No illnesses have been reported.
Those who bought any of the products should return them to the place of purchase. A Lebanon woman is behind bars for what appears to be an attempt to poison her husband by putting weed killer in his Diet Mountain Dew. 47-year-old Michelle Y. Peters is being held in the Laclede County Jail without bond. She's been charged with first-degree assault and armed criminal action. According to court papers, a man came to the sheriff's office on Monday. He said he noticed his Mountain Dew had an odd taste and believed his wife was poisoning his diet soda since the beginning of May. Surveillance video shows his wife taking the 2-liter bottle of soda and a bottle of Roundup out of the garage and into the house and returning them a short time later. Detectives discovered both when they did a search. That's your Lake News Now. I'm Bill Robbins.
The news is sponsored by Heritage Bank of the Ozarks. Visit heritagebankozarks.com.
Sometimes big financial decisions make you feel like a kid. You have questions, and the whole process feels intimidating. And that's okay. At Heritage Bank of the Ozarks, we want to remind our neighbors that when it comes to those big decisions, like checking and savings accounts or loans, we are here for you. Heritage Bank. We are genuinely neighbors serving neighbors. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
I'm meteorologist Kara Foster with your News Talk KRMS weatherology forecast. Some showers and thunderstorms are likely early on today, otherwise sunny with our high nearing 87. Clear skies overnight with a low around 67. Sunny and 88 throughout Thursday, then mostly cloudy and 71 throughout Thursday night, and rain Friday. The lake level is 659.5 feet. The current water temperature, sponsored by Captain Ron's Bar and Grill, home of the shootout, is 86 degrees, and the temperature at the studios is currently at 69 degrees.
Slip into your summer gear and get to Dog Days Bar and Grill, where the party never stops. Doors open at 11 a.m. for an unforgettable mix of delicious eats and family entertainment. Claim your spot on our scenic deck and savor our diverse menu, or swing by the pool bar for a refreshing cocktail. Family fun awaits, and we're here to amp it up. Located in Osage Beach, just west of the Grand Glades Bridge, with a 19-mile marker by water. Can't wait to see you at the Dog.
Everybody's doing the dog. Got a hankering for barbecue that's truly smokin'? Saddle up and ride over to Wobbly Boots Barbecue. We fling our doors open at 11 a.m. every day, ready to serve you a heaping helping of our prize-winning smoked barbecue. From zesty wings and hearty smoked sandwiches to fall-off-the-bone ribs, our menu's brimming with lip-smacking choices. Find us just off Passover Road in Osage Beach. Wobbly Boots Barbecue, where the flavors are so bold, they'll send your boots flying.
Hi, this is Pastor Christopher Morris from Christ the King in Lake Ozark. Christ the King exists to share the love of Christ with the entire lake area. So we'd like to invite you to join us this Sunday morning at 8 a.m. on KRMS as we dig into God's Word. Realize again that God really does love people just like us, and then learn to live like that matters. So please join us Sunday morning at 8 a.m. right here on KRMS.
Sponsored by the King's Academy, Christ-centered education preschool through the 8th grade.
Hi, this is Jeff Smith with Alpha Graphics and Alpha Custom Apparel. We're the Lake's full-service, one-stop printer that can handle all of your printing, custom apparel, and promotional product needs. From business cards to business shirts and bandanas to brochures, we can make you and your business stand out. Our in-house design team can put your imagination on paper, apparel, and or social media. State-of-the-art printing equipment gives you the highest quality finished products with a quick turnaround time. We have the best printing prices in town and can meet all of your printed needs, including rack cards, posters, and full-size banners. Our printed products are produced locally and support the Lake area. Alpha Graphics and Alpha Custom Apparel is locally owned and operated in Osage Beach at 1140 Industrial Drive. Stop by and see us or give us a call at 348-5900 for a free quote. For all your printing needs, Alpha Graphics and Alpha Custom Apparel are here to help you increase your reach.
Portions of our programming are pre-recorded.
The views expressed during this program are not necessarily those of the staff and management of Viper Broadcasting. Please limit your calls to one per hour. Live from Studio C, it's the KRMS Morning Magazine. Your phone calls are welcome at 573-302-7000 or call toll-free 1-866-372-1270. Now, here's hour number one of the KRMS Morning Magazine on News Talk 1150, KRMS, and 97.5 KRMS FM.
9:09. It is 69 degrees. We're going to get to a high in the mid-80s. Much different than the previous 2 days this week, as this is the Wednesday edition of Morning Magazine. I'm Tony Herman. Thanks for listening today. And this 9 o'clock hour is sponsored by Camdenton Glass. You know, for residential or commercial glass services, shower doors, screen porches, flat boat glass, windows, window cleaning services, windshield repair, auto glass services, Camdenton Glass has you covered. They're located on Highway 54 in Camdenton. You can find them just this side of the square. And you can see the new LED boards they have on the side of the building to better identify their building. And you can find them online at camdentonglass.com or call 573-346-3404. And so we've got a lot on the agenda today. And as always, that includes you. Give me a holler, 573-302-7000, as we'll be talking just about every issue that I think is out there. So if you've got something on your mind, don't hesitate to give me a holler, and we'll talk about that. 9:30, we're going to be talking with Chris Wright. He is a candidate for governor. We've had him on the show a couple of times. He's a lot like you and me, just a good working guy that works hard to provide for his family and thinks that he would do a great job as governor. So we're going to talk to him about the progress the campaign has made and what he believes are the issues that are important to lead the state of Missouri. You know, we've got a lot, we've spent a lot of time on the debate, the big debate on tomorrow night. It's for people like you and me, this is almost like Christmas. Excited to see it's exactly going to happen. And so we're on debate eve watch. And we look forward to watching the debate tomorrow night. And but there still is some governing. You know, the president has been in seclusion for the last couple of days. And so we will, he'll pop out here in a minute. But there are people that are starting to govern. And we'll talk with that. But we got a call quickly, so I'm going to go to that. Sean Kober.
How you doing, Tony?
I'm good, brother. How are you?
Oh, pretty good. I got a text last night, and a piece of paper I just sent you. It was from the state of Missouri that they appealed the lodging tax here at the Lake of the Ozarks.
Mm-hmm. I saw that. And so I don't know. I don't know what that means yet. What do you think it means?
Well, I think the old method, I mean, I was a part of this 4 or 5 years ago when we started asking questions about voting rights and how the money was distributed and a lot of things. And we found a lot of things to be inconsistent with the way the law is written. So I know it was a mechanism to raise funds, but we weren't really sure where those funds were going all the time.
Yes.
There wasn't a good process for that. And that, obviously that played out in the courts. And a lot of people were justified on this. But, I mean, this goes back 4 or 5 years ago. And, you know, it goes back way longer than that. But 4 or 5 years ago, a group of citizens started asking some questions. And when they went to try to build the soccer complex, and a lot of things came out that continued to come out until yesterday. And I guess the court system found it to be illegal what was going on. So,
you know, when I came here in 2007, there were some issues that were going on. I call them issues because I don't know. We do have the story published on the KRMS website if people need more information. But now, was this tax originally voted on by the people? How did this tax come about? Do you know? Does anybody? If you know, give me a holler. 573-302-7000.
There was a group together that came together to put this whole thing together, but then it was a business district. I'm not the genius on this, but it was a business district between the 3 counties.
Gotcha.
So at different times, the counties would vote on different rate increases. As we saw the last election, Miller County ended up going, I think, up to 5%, and the other counties were at 3%. And, you know, I mean, that's kind of getting wacky on a thing that's probably supposed to be like an overall the same thing. It just started getting a little off. But, I mean, there was tons of issues on the spending, and mostly it was coming down to the voting. It was you didn't get one vote. Like if you had a large number of complexes, you got so many votes per complex. And so what you were having was individuals with hundreds of voting power when it came to voting. And that's kind of where the hiccup was, I believe. I
want to go back to your one statement, if I could, about the different counties. When you take a look at anything that's on a ballot, and if it's a tax increase, whether it is an elected official, one county, just because they raise it, doesn't mean that it raises in all. I mean, so if we ran for, let's say, if we had a school bond initiative on the campaign, we might win in one county, we might win in another county, but that was the total number. I don't see how one county could raise it over the others, because you got to vote in all counties.
Yeah, and they did vote in all counties, and some counties voted no on issues. But that's where some of the issues were. I mean, some of the counties' monies were going into other counties, and they weren't really promoting the issues that were going on in that particular area. You know, that the money was all being pooled in the same general fund, and then that's where the voting came in. They could vote. So if you had a bunch of votes, you know, I mean, I guess what this comes. I mean, there's a lot of politics involved, right? Like,
certainly sounds like
where
it.
the fireworks shows and a lot of this money is being put out at. A lot of it was being put at the same locations every year. A lot of people assume a lot of these fireworks shows are paid by those places.
Right.
But you know, that money could have been coming from a different resort that never got a fireworks show put in front of their place for 20 years. You know.
I see a lot of commercials for Florida, Alaska, places like that. I assume that falls under this group's not jurisdiction, but you know what I'm saying, that's the kind of activities they do. I don't know where this money came from.
I would think those would be maybe more state-oriented and not just, you know, this town business district.
Branson does a lot.
I mean, you're probably looking at more state tourism dollars than the business districts.
Yeah. And so I assume we'll be getting that money back. I assume that they will no longer be collecting that tax.
Yeah, the tax is no longer. There's no lodging tax as of that letter that was issued that I'm aware of. I mean, this was like I said, there's so much more to this, and the way the voting was going on, and for years and years, a lot of the money was being collected, and just a few people kind of had power of where it went. Not that that's a bad thing, but it just, like I said, it goes back to that voting. If it was one vote for one vote, I think this wouldn't have ever happened. But because you'd get multiple votes per person, I think that's where the trouble came in.
All right. It seems to be that it's going to be a big deal here at Lake of the Ozarks.
Oh, major deal. I mean, it's a lot of money, millions of dollars every year that was being created and spent. I'm not the genius on this. There's a lot of people that were involved. I just kind of followed it along the last 4 years, but very interesting and a huge topic here at the lake, obviously.
Yeah, it certainly is. Hey, thanks, brother.
Yep, have a good one.
And that's Sean Kober. I've got another call. Let's go to it. Good morning.
Yeah, hi, good morning. It's been on my mind since last week when Blaine Lukemeyer was on your show. I called in twice, but of course I guess you weren't taking calls. It was shut off. But when people like that get on, they just tell us the state of affairs and how everything is going, which anybody that's listening to your station already knows the state of affairs. What I would want to ask him is, what can be done to fix anything or do anything, especially since he's on some committee. So I'm looking forward to Chris Wright coming on to say, what can you do to make it better? What is a plan? We need some kind of a hope that things are going to get better, and maybe some of those questions you can ask.
You know, the questions that I asked the people running for governor, people in the state legislature, you know, we talk about cutting taxes, and I'm all for that. I would like that. The question is, how do we do that and still run government? I'd like to see a plan. I certainly know what you're saying there.
Yeah. Exactly.
And I think
saw the root cause last night on Channel 32. He was so passionate and had ideas of how to fix things. And
who was that? I'm sorry, I missed it. The music came on. Who was on?
Oh, root cause on Channel 32.2 last night. Yeah, that's what we need, is some answers on how we're going to fix things instead of just telling us what's wrong. We know it's wrong.
Yeah.
We want to know how we're going to fix it.
Yep.
Thank you so much.
Hey, thank
Appreciate
you.
your show.
Appreciate you listening. We're going to take our first break. We'll be right back.
It's time for another Steve's Pest Control Pestimonial. Real bugs telling real stories about their experiences with Steve's Pest Control.
Oh, that is some good blood. Hello, I'm a mosquito, here to talk about Steve's Pest Control. Well, I guess I kind of get why people don't like having us around. We're like super deadly. We can drink 3 times our own body weight in blood. Oh, sorry if you're eating right now. That is disgusting, but it's true. And I guess the number one reason people call Steve's Pest Control to have us eliminated is that we ruin the summer, which is like, you know, when humans want to get out and hang with each other and do fun stuff. But I'll bet you didn't know this. We mosquitoes are attracted to carbon dioxide, which gets shot out of your mouth while you're talking and laughing and having a good time in your backyard. So maybe quit talking so much, huh? We won't come around. But if you really want us gone, you better call Steve and his team at Steve's Pest Control. Otherwise, your summer is gonna suck. Mine too.
Now you got a friend in the pest control business, Steve's Pest Control.
It's common knowledge that after age 30, our metabolism changes. We have less energy and gain weight easier. There's a way to feel better, not in years or months, but sometimes in just days.
I'm Chuck Norris. I tried everything. Working with a team of health experts, we came up with Morning Kick. Morning Kick is a revolutionary new formula that combines all my favorite supplements into one daily drink.
Morning Kick has probiotics to help you lose weight, prebiotics for digestion, superfoods for muscles and joints, and powerful anti-aging supplements. It'll help you feel youthful, energized, and helps manage stress.
I look and feel better than I have in years.
Go to roundhouseprovisions.com, use code SAVE, or text SAVE to 511-511 and claim 40% off. Roundhouseprovisions.com, code SAVE.
Every purchase comes with our 90-day money-back guarantee. You could be feeling these changes within just a couple of days.
Text SAVE to 511-511.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Tax fees may apply.
Camdenton, Lebanon, and Osage Beach Glass. The people to call when you need glass for your home, business, car, and more. They're the champions in product, service, and personal attention. In addition to glass, they're experts in construction, decking, siding, and screen repair. Camdenton, Lebanon, and Osage Beach Glass, serving the entire Lake of the Ozarks area and beyond. They're your local siding, deck, and window contractor. Visit CamdentonGlass.com or call 573-346-3404.
Can your employer fire you for actually taking your agreed-upon sick days? Or insist that you take a cut in pay in order to keep your job? I'm Curtis Howard. Join me every day as we learn the answers to these and other actual court cases on America's Radio Court, Point of Law. You'll be amazed, amused, and sometimes annoyed. Join me here every day and be a part of it, and see if you agree with the judge. Point of Law is sponsored by the Law Office of Christopher Rohrer, located in the heart of Osage Beach.
Summer is here, and the Lake of the Ozarks is buzzing with excitement. As you enjoy the sun and water, remember that Central Missouri Foster Care and Adoption is here to support our community. Central Missouri Foster Care and Adoption provides essential services for foster and adoptive families, including training, support groups, and advocacy. We're here to ensure every child has a safe and loving home. To learn more about our programs and how we can help your family thrive, visit mofosteradopt.com.
Local news and issues. The Morning Magazine 9 to 11 on News Talk KRMS.
This is not a drill. Not a drill.
News Talk KRMS.
(9:23). This is Wednesday. What are we? The 25th? 26th. I'm sorry. June 26th. Man, the month is flying, isn't it? Hey, I just want to go back what that last caller talked about on 32.2. That is Real America's Voice. That's one of the channels that you can watch for free. As we've got 11 different channels, and this show is carried on 32.11. So if you want to see what goes on inside the studio, you can certainly pull that channel up and watch the show from there. And we've got a lot of great other channels on there. We've got One America News Network. We've got the Buzzard, sort of those game show channels. We've got Daystar, which is several religious programming. We've got the Country Network, which has music videos and also shows. And so, yeah, she brought that up. I just wanted to give a shout out to that as well. It's really catching on as other subscription services continue to get a little more expensive every month, it seems. And so that is KRMS TV. We run through channel 1 through 11. Got to go get an antenna, download it, and download it onto your TV and pull it up. Watch some of the shows that we have on there. We think it's great programming for you. Hey, listen, 573-302-7000. We had a couple of calls there. I want to get back to Janet Yellen, the president's secretary. Nice lady. I truly think she's a nice lady. It almost makes me feel bad to jump on her, but I do believe she's genuinely a good person. But she was speaking on that. We're going to play a cut from CBS where she's talking about the current economy. It's a good thing they keep telling us it's good, because I wouldn't have any idea, as prices are high out there, and all you got to do is go to fast food. Anybody else go to fast food anymore? I basically just cut it out. I either go and have a little nicer meal than fast food, or I just eat at home, because things are so expensive. But Janet Yellen even used the comment that she's not really, the high prices aren't really affecting her. Well, of course they're not. You have a great job, and most of your food is probably free. You probably eat at work. Janet Yellen talking about the state of our economy.
We hit the road with Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen in the battleground state of Michigan, where the economy is one of voters' top concerns.
Do you think the president can win in Michigan in November?
Well, I certainly hope so. I think the economy is going to be good and strong.
Inflation rose 3.1% in January, more than expected. Driving the higher prices, car insurance surged 21% over the last year. Rent has risen 6%, and daycare costs are up 5%.
Are you and President Biden happy with where inflation is right now?
Well, look, we know that Americans are experiencing discomfort because some important prices are higher than they were pre-pandemic. But what I think is really important is that wages have gone up along with prices, so people are better off than they were pre-pandemic.
But the 3 Democratic voters we met up with at Detroit's Cadillac Square Diner are facing a different reality.
Do you feel like inflation is getting better?
I do not feel like it's getting better. I have a photo booth business.
I do some graphic design. So you have to get creative to supplement because it is not working.
All three gladly voted for Biden in 2020. Now they've got major reservations.
Are you better off now than you were in January of 2021?
No, I'm not. I mean, that's me being honest. I'm working 5 times harder. When I calculate everything, hours worked to amount of money bringing in is nowhere near as high as it was in 2020 or 2021.
How do you feel?
I worry. I mean, I have 2 kids who are 19 and 21. What I'm reading and hearing about the job market, I'm scared for them. I'm really scared for them.
Elizabeth Nelson and Damar Bias say they'll ultimately vote for the president again. But for business owner Hussein Dabaja, the Biden administration's handling of the Israel-Hamas war is the deal breaker.
I'm worried about 35,000 dead people overseas. I will never vote for Trump, but I can't see myself voting for Biden, especially not with where he's at right now. I mean, I'm going to stand with my community.
Another hurdle for the Biden campaign, voter concerns about his age. Again, a focus after special counsel Robert Hur's report questioning the president's mental fitness.
It called President Biden a well-meaning elderly man with a poor memory. Do you agree with that?
I absolutely disagree with that. I work very closely with President Biden, and I'm often with him on foreign trips. He's at the top of his game. What the special counsel said was very unfair.
Janet Yellen, giving that she was in Michigan, asked the question. The question was asked, are you better off now than you were 4 years ago? The current administration can sit and tell you, you're doing a lot better. You're doing a lot better. I remember that game. You remember when the kids were young and they'd get hurt and you'd kind of laugh and go, oh, that was fun. Wasn't that fun? And I remember one of my kids was crying, and I go, oh, that was fun. That was fun. That was good, wasn't it? They kind of stop crying and kind of go, yeah. And that's what this current administration seems to be doing to us. They just keep telling us it's better. Things are better. Your economy is the best in the world. And how things were so bad during the former administration. You remember how things were so bad in the former administration? When inflation was 1.4% and it got up to 9%. Now, I will give you this. I do think inflation, the amount of money that we were printing during both administrations, I do think we were going to experience some inflation. I blame President Biden for the inflation that we have right now because of too much money. He continued to print money. He continued to give money out. And he's still continuing to give money out. If you saw, our Attorney General filed suit against the Biden administration on the student loans. They have got to stay in that. That's a big win. That's a big win for Andrew Bailey in the state of Missouri, saying that you just can't get rid of these loans. Somebody owes on these. And so, but he's still giving away money. Hasn't learned his lesson. Hasn't learned his lesson yet. As giving away money, printing money, debt is what is hurting this economy, and that's what's driving inflation right now. And Janet Yellen, once again, a very nice person. I'm sure she's a nice person. Seems very nice. I've never met the woman, but she seems very nice. But she seems to be out of touch, and right now she seems to be giving the party line that things are good. As she said in her opening comment, the economy is very strong. I don't feel that. A lot of people don't feel that. And you just have to say to yourself, are you better off now than you were 4 years ago? I think for a lot of us, the answer is no. Or we do know someone that the answer is no. We're going to bring it back home to the state of Missouri after this quick break. We're going to be speaking with Chris Wright. He's a candidate for governor on the Republican side. I've got a call right there. I'll get to you right after I talk to Chris Wright. So if you want to call back, go ahead and call back. This Morning Magazine on KRMS.
No pressure, low prices.
Hi, this is Jason at Hewlett Chevrolet Buick GMC in Camdenton. I invite you to check out our entire lineup of GMC products. From the GMC Terrain SUV to the all-new 2024 Acadia to the incredible Yukon Denali and world-class lineup of light and heavy-duty trucks, Hewlett has you covered. Check out our entire inventory with pictures 24/7 at shophewlett.com or come see us today. Hewlett Chevrolet Buick GMC in Camdenton.
No pressure, low prices. That's the way we do it. Shop Hewlett. ShopHewlett.com.
I'm Tony Herman with the Gattermeyer Real Estate Group, powered by eXp Realty. If you're thinking about buying your dream home on or off the water, or a place to move or build your business, call me. In this fast-moving market, buying or selling your home can be exciting and a bit stressful. Let me help. I'll give you personal attention and take the time necessary to find the right property for you. When you're ready to buy or sell, remember me, Tony Herman, with the Gattermeyer Real Estate Group, powered by eXp Realty, 573-286-8727.
In a jam with a vendor? Grand Collision Center in Osage Beach is your go-to expert for all auto body repairs. From minor dings to major crashes, our certified technicians bring your car back to the showroom shine. Plus, we work with all insurance companies, making your experience hassle-free. Don't let a wreck your day. Visit GrandCollision.com or swing by Grand Collision Center today. We're located right in the heart of Osage Beach on Armory Drive, formerly Hawken Paint and Body. Grand Collision Center, the right place after a wrong turn.
Don't miss the Mid-Missouri Cannapalooza at the Inn at Grand Glaze, June 28th and 29th. Vendors include Ozark Outlaws, Green Tree Farms, Slappies, and many more. Hourly door prizes, raffles, and vendor games, live music, food, and fun. You must be 21 with a valid ID. There's a $5 cover charge. Friday night pregame party with the sponsors poolside. For more details about Mid-Missouri Cannapalooza and great room rates, visit inatgrandglaze.com or call 573-348-4731.
Bathroom billboards. Are they a sign of the times? Dave Leathers here with a Marketing Minute. I can't speak for women, but us guys seem to be inundated with a multitude of messages as we stand shoulder to shoulder. The other day at a local area waterfront watering hole, I found one for an area church, promoting itself as a place to be on Sundays. Well, I can say I've never thought about which church to attend while taking care of my business in the bathroom. It was a clever idea for all us sinners. The bottom line is all advertising mediums work. Find the one that delivers the message to the right audience that works for you. Think of your advertising as insurance, so you stay one step ahead of your competitor. Do your homework and get professional advice from any one of the many lake area advertising mediums. They'll help you spend your money wisely for a promising return on your investment. Don't forget to ask your local realtor for a copy of the new issue of Lake of the Ozarks Second Home Living magazine. Let us help make the most of your market. I'm Dave Leathers.
When severe weather threatens our area, get the information you need from News Talk KRMS. We utilize the latest technology to analyze impending weather as it approaches our area. Our meteorologists prepare you for anything from ice and snow to severe thunderstorms or worse. Our severe weather coverage is sponsored by California Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in California. Visit CaliforniaChrysler.com to see their new and used inventory. Listen for severe weather updates from News Talk KRMS.
Local news and issues. The Morning Magazine 9 to 11 on News Talk KRMS.
This is not a drill. Not a drill.
News Talk KRMS.
Tell you what, we got a nice rain last night that we needed. I was up when it started, so it started around 3 o'clock. We got some thunder and lightning. Then we got a nice steady rain. We're going to get to a high of 85 today. We're currently at 71. So everything is good here in this week before 4th of July. Going to bring it back to the state of Missouri, and we're going to be speaking with Chris Wright, candidate for governor, and I want to bring him on the line. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm good. It's good to hear from you again. We've talked a couple of times on the show, and I appreciate you taking some time for us this morning.
Man, I love being on your show. You're one of my favorite. You're just, you're like me, just a regular guy that wants common sense.
I tell you what, it's funny you said that. I said almost that very thing at the end of, or going into my last break. I was in your neck of the woods last weekend. I was actually in Joplin, Missouri, and in the mall, and kind of sad what's happening to the old mall there.
Well, I was getting ready to say, then you saw that the mall is definitely dying.
Mm-hmm. It's kind of, and I don't understand, because it was full of people. It was full of people.
Just kind of getting into what I'm noticing is a lot of businesses, just like a lot of people, are suffering because of whatever the federal government's pushing down all our throats, COVID, all those just ridiculous things. But, one of the things, especially down here in Joplin, that's happening is these electric rates are getting so ridiculous that nobody can afford the overhead cost of being in a brick and mortar store anymore.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of cost. There's a lot of cost in everything these days. I mean, it just seems to be affecting everything that we do out there. I mean, the prices are just crazy. I just played a cut from Janet Yellen, the Treasury Secretary, and basically she's telling me everything's okay. It's just in my mind. I don't think it is. I don't think it is.
The people that say that clearly do not have a clue how real life is going for the rest of us.
No. Hey, since we talked last, how's the campaign going?
Oh gosh, it is. It's been going amazing. It's very, very daunting. A lot of hard work's going into it, but I knew that coming into it. But between my social media and the billboards I've got all over the state, and going through my fourth pair of little Hey-Do sketchers, just going around meeting people, going to dinners, festivals, fairs, all of it. It's going great, but again, at the end of the day, there's 9 of us on the ticket, and there's only going to be one winner.
Yep, certainly is. I had a call at the end of the first segment, and it was a great call. It was right on, and the call said, "We want to talk solutions." So let's talk solutions out there. Tell me what you see as some of your concerns for the state of Missouri, and then give us some solutions.
So the top 2 concerns that I see, and quite frankly a lot of people have, is going to be the crime, and that's big cities and small communities. The crime is rampant. The fact of the matter is we have a shortage in police officers. They're the first line of defense against crime, and we've got a shortage of that, and we've got to get back to promoting and encouraging people to want to go into that career field, and at the end of the day, backing them up. But that being said, in order to get those men and women qualified, it's going to take some time. And my thought is, in Missouri, we have the Army National Guard, and we've got probably 800 or so National Guardsmen who have signed to defend their communities and their countries. So when you have crime, if you are an easy target or there's no deterrent, crime is going to grow or it's going to be attracted. So my plan is, let's get the National Guard soldiers that are qualified military police and qualified infantry. And I'm not saying going around arresting people or whatever, but just having that presence to show the community that, hey, we're here and we want to help. Until we can get about 9 months or so for these police officers to get trained, qualified, we can recruit them. So that's my address with the crime. The second one, utility rates, man. It is, if you're on Liberty, Ameren, Evergy, Spire, you heard me say it earlier.
Yeah.
People are getting decimated in their pocketbooks. Well, those companies, the for-profit, they're regulated by the Public Service Commission Board. The Public Service Commission Board is appointed by the governor. I'm going to appoint everyday hardworking Missourians to that board because they know what it feels like to get pinched to death in their pocketbook with unfair utility rates. Right now you've got lobbyists, former lobbyists, dark money, special interests. It seems like a rubber stamp yes every time these electric companies want a rate increase or the gas company wants a rate increase. And the fact of the matter, and I can use your area up there at the Lake of the Ozarks area as an example. I have 2 rental houses up there.
Yes.
Almost identical in size, windows facing the sun, almost identical. One is on a co-op and the other one is on Ameren. The one that is on a co-op, they're Verbos. I have rented out almost twice as much as I do the one that is on Ameren. My Ameren electric bill is triple what the co-op is. Tell me why.
I'm interested in that one. I'm interested.
It's greed. It is corporate greed. It's the fact that co-ops are designed to, and I know they get a little bit of government assistance, but at the end of the day, tell me why Ameren is 3 times higher than what is it up there? Southwest Co-op, I think. Or?
It is probably you are probably on Como on one and Ameren on the
Como.
other.
That's what it is. Yeah,
yes.
Como. Yeah, it's the Como one is in Camdenton. The other one's in Osage Beach up on Ameren.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, like I said, explain that to me.
You know, the problem is, Chris, what is people like us, we're getting hit everywhere. I'm getting hit on my electric rate. I'm getting hit on my taxes. I'm getting hit when I go to the grocery store. I'm getting hit everywhere I go. There's just not enough. There's just not enough money for the month that I have right now.
There really is, and I would love to see Missouri. And a lot of people think the governor can just do what he or she wants to do, and they can just wave a magic wand and it'll happen. Well, that's not true. The fact of the matter, almost everything goes through the legislative body. So my promise to Missourians is I'm going to work with the legislative body in a proactive, not reactive manner to try to get some things done. You know, I love the idea of let's get rid of our income tax and have a consumption tax, you know, or how about we quit spending so much money on our budget on items that don't need to be spent on. That's not even a taxpayer burden.
Mm-hmm. Now that
it's just
you know, I get
it's very frustrating.
I mean,
with how our government is.
I interview the majority of the candidates, and I do ask them this. I do. It's very easy to get up and say, let's cut taxes. It's very popular to get up and say that. How do we do that? How do we do that? How do we cut those taxes and still have good roads?
So here's my where Chris Wright would like to see. Again, I like the idea of a consumption tax. It may not be popular with some Republicans, but I like the idea of sports wagering. We already have lottery tickets in the grocery stores. Let Kansas City, let St. Louis, let all those people that are going to Kansas and Illinois anyway to do it, fund these things. How about we go to nuclear energy and sell the excess electricity we have to other states? There's ways of accomplishing things other than your typical campaign candy, like, oh, we're just going to cut taxes. Okay, great. Then how are we going to fund, like you said, how are we going to fund our roads? How are we going to fund our schools?
Yep.
You got to have a plan to replace some of that money. Now, again, like I said, some of it is wasteful spending, and I'm going to be going through the budget line by line with the team, just like I've always said. But again, there's other ways to do things, and you would think by now our leaders in Jeff City would have that figured out, but that's what happens when you have dark money attached to everything.
You know, the state of Missouri does have the line I veto. You can go in and veto items in a budget that you say, and people are educated. People are knowledgeable. There are a lot of people that are paying attention in this state. There's many that do not.
Yes, absolutely.
But you are correct. We know that the only significant way that you can cut taxes is either increase revenue or cut spending, and we'd like to see a combination of both.
Yeah, I would love to. You know, I'm a business owner. Yeah. I know that. You know, if you've got too much going out the door, you got to stop. You got to stop spending so much money. And again, it takes a team effort because one, I just can't do it on my own because. You know, I'll come up with the budget. It's going to go to the legislative body. They're going to add, take away, whatever they want. Then it's going to come back to me. And again, you gotta be able to work with other people as a team to get what is best for Missourians. And that takes a leader who's not worried about what other people think. You know, I'm not doing this to make friends. I'm doing this because I'm tired of the same old happening.
Absolutely. You talk about working together. Certainly that has not been displayed in this last several sessions in the legislature. Republicans hold a majority in both houses. And to be more specific, the Senate. What can the governor do to facilitate things moving through? As another candidate for the position you're seeking, calls them big red ideas. How can we get some of those through? How can the governor help make sure that everybody gets along and we get some things passed?
Well, the first thing, and I spoke on it earlier, is it's being proactive. Right now, since I entered this race almost 2 years ago, I was looking to see what was going on, and the governor's just not involved like he should be. The lieutenant governor's not involved like he should be. Lieutenant governor's worried about campaigning and fundraising for the last 2 years, that he should have been doing his job and getting the Senate under control and getting things accomplished with the Senate and being a leader. And I'm going to go on a tangent. I'm going to slow down. But that's really what it boils down to, is being proactive and being present, knowing what's going on, and having communication, having conversations with the people who might be causing the issues. For example, the floor leader, Caleb Rowden, and Cindy O'Loughlin, where was the governor or lieutenant governor having conversations with them on why they are being so disruptive and not allowing things to come to the floor, and find out how to remediate that? I mean, you have to be able to negotiate with people. And I didn't say compromise. You do have to have a little bit of compromisation.
Yep.
Oh, that word.
That word.
But at the end of the day, you got to be able to negotiate with people. And the example I give, whenever I was a police officer 15 years ago, it was before the day of tasers and cameras. I couldn't just run around, pulling my gun out and pointing at people or shooting at people or threatening people whenever there was a situation. I had to learn how to communicate and deal with issues and have those critical thinking skills to get the job done.
Absolutely.
Hey,
we're going to take
resolve things.
We're going to take a quick break here, and we're speaking with Chris Wright. We'll continue this conversation.
Cummings Auditorium in Osage Beach, Missouri. Reserve your seats now at info@osageballet.com or call 918-947-5063. This is a free performance, but donations can be made to Wonderland Camp by texting Osage Ballet to 41444. Don't miss this extraordinary event.
Like of the Ozarks businesses, we know the drill. Quality employees are as rare as a quiet day on the water. But with LakeJob.com, you can have your job listings posted and pursued in no time. And it's free. Looking for a job? Seeking a stellar staff? Need a place to stay? Dive into LakeJob.com. They're backed by the best Team Lassen Flat Branch Home Loans. Keys to the Lake. All-phase heating and cooling at the lake. Ellerman Roofing, a division of Kimescorp. JBEGC, Jeremy Borgeson Electrical and General Contracting. LakeJob.com. Brought to you by this station and KRMS TV.
Multiple people could be charged in Matthew Perry's death. The actor died in October 2023 at the age of 54 from acute effects of ketamine. While an autopsy showed other contributing factors like drowning and coronary artery disease, the DEA wants to know where he got the ketamine that killed him. We should know soon. The investigation into Perry's death is wrapping up. The most famous player in this week's NBA draft might not be off the board by the end of the first round. LeBron James Jr., or Bronny, is said to be small for a guard and inexperienced since he barely scored in college. But his father, LeBron James, said he'd like to play with his son. So insiders are looking to see if a team drafts Bronny, hoping his dad will make it a twofer. Despite Justin Timberlake's tough week, it's been a tough week. His concerts aren't selling out and his album sales have been sluggish. Reports are saying that's why he sold his 127-acre property outside Nashville. While he got a cool $8 million for the place, he said bye to it for $2 million less than his original asking price. That's what's trending. I'm Cooper Lawrence.
If your nonprofit club, group, or civic organization has an event or message you would like to have announced on News Talk KRMS, send it at least 3 weeks in advance to psa@krmsradio.com. The community calendar is sponsored by Adair Roofing, RJ's Family Restaurant, Mills & Sons Insurance, Jeff Hedberg Realtor, and presented by News Talk KRMS.
It's where I go every morning.
That's what makes you guys one of my favorite radio stations.
It's my jam. We start before your coffee hits the cup.
The Morning Magazine.
We're speaking with Chris Wright. He is a candidate for governor of the state of Missouri. Appreciate you holding, Chris.
Oh, yeah, no problem. And I noticed I was probably talking really, really fast. So if that's the case, I'll try to
you
slow
keep
it down.
talking.
It's just I have so much I want to get out there, and I'm only limited on time.
I want to ask you about progress. The state of Missouri, our population not growing. We see, and the question I always ask of elected officials, are we getting our share? Are we getting our share of businesses moving in? We know Florida is unique. Texas is unique. But Nashville is almost identical to us. Nashville seems to be growing. Are we getting our share of business? And how can we become a state that is open for business to move here?
Oh, I hate to just keep bringing it up, but I think one of the important factors of why businesses aren't coming is you look at Missouri, and I think we have probably 3 of the top 15 or top 20 most dangerous cities in all of America. And again, I'm a business owner, and if I'm wanting to move my business, I'm not going to go to a state that is riddled with crime because nothing's being done about working on getting crime out.
Mm-hmm.
Look at our numbers in just the Missouri Highway Patrol Academy. A few years ago, you had 100, 125, 150 troopers graduating every cycle, and now we have 20, 25. And I asked a lot of my trooper friends, I'm like, hey, what's going on? And originally I always think, hey, is it the money? What is it? And they said part of it is the money. The bordering states are offering a lot more benefits money-wise, but it boils down to the and I'm not going to name names because I don't want them getting repercussions, but they feel like cops can't be cops anymore. They're not allowed to go do their job and go catch the bad guy because they're worried if they make one small mistake, they're gonna get eviscerated by their command. And the cop's job at the end of the day is to go home to their family, and they have to make so many decisions that are split-second decisions. I think that's one of the big problems in attracting business.
One of the things that you hear is workers. We need qualified workers. We need a high number of workers that are coming. What can we do? What can we do to create those workers?
So I'm going to refer to those highly qualified. I'm going with the skilled trade. The framers, the plumbers, the electricians, nurses, teachers. That kind of job description. Everything's built by skilled trades, and our healthcare by nurses, our kids by teachers, and we've got to promote better pay for the teachers, and more importantly with the teachers, that's reducing the Department of Education. The federal government is pushing down their DEI and all this nonsense to our state level of our school, and we've got to reduce them. They are out of control. Our kids are not proficient in reading, writing, and arithmetic, and that might even have a factor on businesses coming in. Looking at, hey, what's the school systems like in Missouri? How do they teach our kids? The other aspect of it is the building of things. You talk about infrastructure. You got power lines. You got roads. You've got framing. You've got to build houses. You've got to build hospitals, or you've got to build stores or whatever. And the fact of the matter is, we don't have enough workers to meet the demand. And you got to go back to, instead of schools pushing college and running college down everybody's throat. We need to start promoting those skilled trades, those technical certificate type of jobs, because truth of the matter is that's what builds America.
They're good jobs. Hey, great to hear from you again.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Thanks for having me
Enjoy
on.
speaking. I know you're traveling today to events, so be careful out there.
Yeah, I'm going to be up in the Tri-County Fair up in Pulaski County.
Pulaski County, always a good place, brother. That's right down the street.
Did I just say Pulaski? Yes.
Yep.
Up in Richland. So I'll be up there if anybody wants to come out and meet.
Absolutely. Thank you. That's Chris Wright. He's a candidate for governor.
Employees are as rare as a quiet day on the water. But with LakeJob.com, you can have your job listings posted and pursued in no time. And it's free. Looking for a job? Seeking a stellar staff? Need a place to stay? Dive into LakeJob.com. They're backed by the best Team Lassen Flat Branch Home Loans. Keys to the Lake. All-phase heating and cooling at the lake. Ellerman Roofing, a division of Kimes Corp. JBEGC, Jeremy Borgeson Electrical and General Contracting. LakeJob.com. Brought to you by this station and KRMS TV.
You'd be pretty hard-pressed to find someone who doesn't rave about the food served at RJ's Family Restaurant. Repeat and new customers savor the menu items. From skillet creations, eggs Benedict, lunch specials, enough sides to make it hard to decide, and the menu goes on and on. Try RJ's for their great desserts. Open Tuesday through Sunday till 2 p.m. Located on Highway 54 West in Camdenton with plenty of convenient parking. RJ's Family Restaurant. Close to home, yet far from ordinary.
That's going to do it for this 9 o'clock hour of Morning Magazine. It's sponsored by Camdenton Glass. If you're tired of looking through stained, scratched, or cracked glass, call Camdenton Glass. You're going to see clearly again with their quality glass for residential, commercial, and auto needs. They're located on Highway 54 in Camdenton. Visit CamdentonGlass.com. 573-346-3404. And at the Osage Beach Senior Center, we have got Wednesday, June the 26th. They're going to have baked ham on a roll, with a roll, hash brown casserole, peas, and onions. And so they begin serving at 11. They go until 12:30. They're open at 8 a.m. and they close at 4 p.m. They're at 5709A Osage Beach Parkway. And you know, Teresa Fuentes told me on the first and third Mondays of the month at 1 o'clock, they do, they're now playing bingo. So go on out there. Have a great time. We're going to be right back after this top of the hour break. Thanks for listening.
At your service since 1951, News Talk, KRMS, Osage Beach, and KRMS FM HD3, Osage Beach.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Steve Kathan. The U.S. Supreme Court sides with the Biden administration in a dispute with Republican states over how far the federal government can go to combat controversial posts on social media. Legal analyst Lori Levinson.
For this case, the Supreme Court, like the abortion mifepristone case, rejected the challenge to the practices, not on the merits of the argument, but the fact that the plaintiffs, the states coming in to challenge the practices, didn't have a legal basis to be in court.
Well, CBS's Jim Axelrod tells us new administration action could improve the status and benefits for thousands of ex-military people.
President Biden announced former service members who were convicted of crimes solely for being gay could apply for pardons, clearing their records and potentially having VA benefits restored.
It is, for many, a lifetime they have been carrying this.
Jocelyn Larkin is representing a group of LGBTQ veterans suing the Pentagon.
It's a wonderful step forward, but there's so much more work to be done. But we welcome any recognition of the injustice that this group of people has been experiencing.
Homeland Security says arrests for illegal border crossings have dropped more than 40% during the 3 weeks since asylum processing was suspended. CBS's Camilo Montoya Galvez.
Back in December, during a record surge, Border Patrol officials were averaging 8,000 daily illegal crossings. That number dropped to 3,800 in May, and now that number has fallen below 2,400. And June is actually on track to see one of the lowest levels in illegal immigration in recent years.
Well, Julian Assange is back in his home country, Australia, hours after pleading guilty to violating the U.S. Espionage Act, a plea deal that sentenced him to time already served in Britain. His wife, Stella, still critical of the U.S. case over American secrets released by WikiLeaks.
It's an attack on the public's right to know, and it should never have been brought. Julian should never have spent a single day in prison. But today we celebrate, because today Julian is free.
In Russia, the espionage trial of an American journalist began today. Former CBS News Moscow bureau chief Beth Noble says it could be the start of a long process.
Russia doesn't typically trade any prisoners until after they've been convicted. Once Evan Gershkovich is found guilty, and there's every reason to think that he will be convicted in this closed trial, then the Russians could finally move forward with some kind of deal or prisoner swap.
And checking Wall Street right now, the Dow is lower, the NASDAQ higher. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Get renter's insurance to protect the things that make your place a home, including coverage for theft or damage. Visit Progressive.com.
Lake News Now.
I'm Bill Robbins, KRMS Radio News. Our top local stories. The Miller County Health Center has a new board member following the recent appointment of Richie Hess. First District County Commissioner Don Abbott says that Hess provides a good fit for the position.
He's actually a licensed installer, got a lot of experience in the environmental health side of this thing, and he's got a business and been around the businesses with inspections and, for food and so forth and so on. So got a lot to offer, I believe.
Hess assumes the unexpired term of William Washburn, who opted for retirement. The appointment will run through at least next year's April elections, at which time Hess will have to put his name on the ballot to serve any longer. Calling it years in the making, the Camden County Sheriff's Office officially opens the doors today for an open house to show off its new animal control facility.
The animal control facility has kind of been that albatross, if you will, that's been hanging over the shoulders of the last several sheriffs that have held office here in Camden County. And specifically, the employees here, the deputies, were very proud of the facility.
Sergeant Scott Hines says office personnel will be on hand to answer any questions about the new facility, followed by lunch and tours. The open house begins today at 1 o'clock. The facility is located at 7645 State Road A in the Montreal area. Absentee voting for the August 6th primary election is now officially underway in the Lake area and around the state. Those wanting to vote absentee by mail can go to their local county clerk's office to request a ballot, which must be received back by 5 p.m. on Wednesday, July 24th. Those wanting to vote absentee in person can do that in their county clerk's office through Monday, August 5th. Several local and statewide races and issues will appear on the ballots. For breaking news anytime, visit us on social media at KRMS Radio on X, formerly Twitter, and Facebook.com/KRMS News. That's your Lake News Now. I'm Bill Robbins.
The news is sponsored by Jennings Insurance Group. Visit JenningsInsuranceGroup.com.
At Jennings Insurance Group, we want you to have the best possible coverage and the knowledge to use it. We work with many insurance companies, but we work for our clients. Are you tired of being pushed into healthcare coverage you don't want or understand? At Jennings, we give you the right to vote. If you are looking for a consultant who will meet with you to explain your options, Jennings is the right choice. For many, healthcare coverage is one of the most important decisions. Make the right choice. Call Jennings today, 573-693-9443.
I'm meteorologist Kara Foster with your News Talk KRMS weatherology forecast. Some showers and thunderstorms are likely early on today, otherwise sunny with our high nearing 87. Clear skies overnight with a low around 67. Sunny and 88 throughout Thursday, then mostly cloudy and 71 throughout Thursday night, and rain Friday. The lake level is 659.5 feet. The current water temperature, sponsored by Captain Ron's Bar and Grill, home of the shootout, is 86 degrees, and the temperature at the studios is currently at 71 degrees.
I'm Brett Edson with Allie Holman Howe Funeral Home. My family has called Camden County home for 8 generations. Our firm's roots run deep too. In 1929, our predecessor, Banks & Woolery, moved the original funeral home from Old Lynn Creek to the square in Camdenton. In 1955, the Reed family relocated to the present location on North Highway 5. Allie Holman Howe Funeral Home has continued that legacy with personalized distinction for over 2 decades. Our caring and capable team stands ready to meet your needs at Allie Holman Howe Funeral Home in Camdenton.
Hello, Americans. I'm Todd Starnes. Stand by for news and commentary next.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
I can't believe how expensive gas has gotten recently.
Prices at the pump are up, but I never pay full price for gas anymore. I just use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute, does that actually add up to anything?
I've made around $200.
Wow, that's serious extra cash.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code GPS for a $5 bonus on your first tank. That's code GPS for a $5 bonus.
There is one irrefutable truth about Thursday night's first presidential debate. Donald Trump will not only be debating Joe Biden, but will also be debating CNN's moderators. Jake Tapper and Dana Bash have a long and ugly history of attacking President Trump on air in some of the vilest of ways. They've gone so far as to compare the former president to Hitler. Now, Trump spokesperson Caroline Leavitt brought up that issue during a Monday morning interview on CNN with host Cassie Hunt. But just as Leavitt started dropping the truth bombs, Hunt exploded in rage, ordered producers to cut off the interview. Now, President Trump knows he's walking into a trap, and I have no doubt that he will be prepared for whatever nefarious schemes Tapper and Bash throw his way. It's going to be 3 against 1 on debate night, but I'd wager a Dr. Pepper President Trump is going to win the day. Hey, be sure to order my new book, Twilight's Last Gleaming, Can America Be Saved? It's available at toddstearns.com.
Funeral announcements are brought to you by the Allie Homenhow Funeral Home. In memoriam for Betty McCandless of Camdenton, who passed away on Friday, June 21st, at the age of 90. Friends will be received at 3 o'clock today until 5, Wednesday, June 26th, at the Hedges Scott Millard Funeral Home in Camdenton. Funeral service will then be held at 5 o'clock at the funeral home. On Thursday, June 27th, a visitation will be held in the Mausoleum Chapel at Valhalla Cemetery in St. Louis, followed by a service and burial in the Valhalla Mausoleum. Expressions of sympathy can be made to the Samaritan's Purse or to the Hanson Suite at Lake Regional. In memoriam for Betty McCandless of Camdenton. Funeral announcements are brought to you by the Allie Homenhow Funeral Home.
Portions of our programming are pre-recorded.
The views expressed during this program are not necessarily those of the staff and management of Viper Broadcasting. Please limit your calls to